morning สวัสดีค่ะ
Good morning.
So, good morning, professors, all the participants, one and all. Warmly welcome to webinar on principles and techniques of writing, academic and research works from theory to practice. Let me introduce myself. I'm Mary from Myanmar, a PhD student in ELT in Buriram, Rajabhat University.
And my name is Lamchonjit. You can call me James. Both of us are the MCs of the webinar today. And we are PhD students in English language teaching program, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University, Thailand. For this webinar, principles and techniques of writing, academic and research work from theory to practice today is held by our program, the PhD program in ELT, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University.
Yes, today we have a special guest speaker, Professor Dr. Madhuri Gokhale, Department of English, Fergusson College, Pune, Maharashtra, India.
So next, I would like to brief the program of this webinar to you. Okay, the tentative program. Okay, now is 10 o'clock by Thailand time. Okay, at first, we will have a thankful message by Associate Professor Dr. Acronyms, the Dean and the Chairman of the curriculum. And after that, the session will be carried out by Professor Dr. Madhuri Gokhale. And at 11:20, we will have coffee break. And then we will resume the morning session until 12 noon. 12 noon, we will have the lunchtime. And our afternoon session will begin at 1 p.m. And then we have the coffee break at 2:30 p.m. And today webinar will be ended at 4 p.m. with a thankful message again by Associate Professor Dr. Acronyms, the Dean. And next, Ajahn Mary will give us the question, as all of us are the PhD students. And for this webinar, we have to listen, and then we have to gain something to answer the question by our professor. Ajahn Mary, what is the answer? What is the question for today?
Yes, the webinar carried out today is for the PhD and ELT students. So all my colleagues, classmates, please don't forget to answer the only one question relevant to the topic delivered by our guest speaker. The question assigned to us is that, how do you apply knowledge obtained from the speaker's speech to your research work? Please don't forget to answer the question.
Right. And to keep the webinar smooth, the following recommendations are provided to you all. Okay, first, please make sure that you have your computer and mobile devices fully charged. Second, make sure that you have strong internet connection. Third, please check your audio and video devices and settings on your computer. Next, please mute your microphones to avoid side noise. And finally, you'll be able to type your questions anytime during the webinar or ask your questions in the Q&A section.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's an auspicious time. May I invite Associate Professor Dr. Acronyms, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram, Rajabhat University, to deliver a thankful message to the guest speaker. Please, the Dean.
very good morning. สวัสดีครับมิงการาบานมัสการ
Namaskar.
Can you
Good
hear
morning.
me? Mary, can you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Everyone, can you hear me, please?
Yes. we
Yes,
can.
yes, Professor. Yes. Not yet now.
Maybe the internet connection.
Okay.
So can you hear me now?
Okay. Yes. Now. Yes.
Okay, so let me start again. Very good morning. สวัสดีครับมิงการาบา and นมัสการ
Namaskar.
to all of you. So sorry for anything not convenient at this time because I am away from Buriram cities, about I think nearly 300 kilometers from Buriram cities. I was invited to attend the wedding ceremony in Yasothon province. Now I am in the wedding party, so the Wi-Fi might not be stable enough. So sometimes you might miss some points. Anyway, thank you very so much on behalf of the PhD in ELT program. Our visiting professor today who are coming to deliver very trendy topic. All of you, please be informed that I met Professor Madhuri. I think the latest is last 3 years. I've been to Pune to present my paper, and at a time I was given a good chance to visit her at her house. At a time, Professor Madhuri is associate professor, and I just heard the good news that she already become a full professor last few months. So congratulations, Professor Madhuri.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations, you now become a full professor already. We are very happy to realize this good news.
Thank you.
And at this time is we are very fortunate to have Professor Madhuri with us for the first time, and I quite certain that it is not her last time. We will keep her with us again and again, both on site and online.
Thank you.
When the situation of the COVID-19 better, we are going to invite you to give us very insightful workshop at Buriram Rajabhat University campus, Thailand, Madam. So today, the topic delivered by Professor Madhuri very trendy and very applicable to my students' current research. So on behalf of Buriram Rajabhat University, my president, Associate Professor Madhuri, just informed by me yesterday that we are going to have the professor from India. Unfortunately, she is busy, so she assigned me to give a thankful message on her behalf to our visiting professor today. And also coming to thanks Professor on behalf of the Dean as well. I am the Dean of the faculty and also the chair of Curriculum Committee. So now I am wearing so many hats, all right? But just call me Ajahn Ek or Dr. Ek, the ordinary lecturers of my students. So our webinar will be carried out all day from 10 a.m. until 5 p.m. I guess. I might not be able to attend the morning session because of now I was engaged with the wedding ceremony of my staff in other place. So I will coming to attend in the afternoon for sure. I'm really not sure that on the way to my hotel, Wi-Fi will be okay or not, but I highly hope to rewatch again from the record link made by my colleague. So I don't worry much about this, but I'm very certain that the speech delivered by our professor is very useful indeed. I'm very sure. So once again, on behalf of BRU, Buriram Rajabhat University, Faculty of Humanities Social Sciences, the Curriculum Committee, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our visiting professor for her invaluable time coming to deliver very trendy and insightful topic today. And last but not least, please join me, all of you, in giving a big round of applause to our visiting professor today. Thank you very so much.
Thank you so much.
Dhanyavad.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your thankful message, our Dean. May I introduce the guest speaker, Professor Dr. Madhuri Gokhale, Department of English, Fergusson College, Pune, Maharashtra, India. Yes, our professor, guest speaker, Dr. Madhuri Gokhale, completed her MA, MPhil, and PhD from the University of Pune, and she has been teaching at the Department of English, Fergusson College, Pune, since 2010. She also works as a visiting faculty at the Department of English, SBBU. Before joining Fergusson College, she worked at Buriram College and Buriram Maharashtra College of Commerce. She has a total teaching experience of 20 years. During her lifetime, she got many awards for her academic performance, and she's very outstanding in research work. During her MPhil studies, she received a scholarship to study at Technische University, Dresden, Germany, under the International Academic Exchange Program. Also, she received the Best Professional Award of the Rotary International in 2008 and received a scholarship to study at Ohio, USA. Again, in 2009, she received a scholarship to present a paper on creativity and collaboration in English language teaching at Bangkok, Thailand. Only then ASEANs were selected for this scholarship, and she was one of them. Also in 2011, she was selected to represent India in a seminar organized by the English-speaking Union of London at Grove Theatre, London. In addition, in 2014, she received the Best Teacher Award, which is based on students' feedback from Center of Education, Development and Research. Moreover, in 2017, she received an Excellent Scholar Award for her presentation in the International Botanical Congress held at Shanghai, China. She has delivered lectures in several colleges in India and countries like UK, USA, Thailand, Indonesia, and Germany. She works on the advisory board of English Language Teaching Institute of Symbiosis and also as a member of the Board of Studies in English of different institutes. 7 PhD students and 6 MPhil students have successfully completed their research under her guidance. She has written several books, articles, and she has presented several papers in national and international seminars. She has been actively involved in conducting training programs for school and college students and has also conducted teacher training programs. So her areas of specialization are linguistic and English language and literature teaching. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Professor Dr. Madhuri Gokhale.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, Professor.
Yes. So, Savadika, once again, and a very, very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I'm going to thank the President, the Dean, Dr. Akaporan, Dr. Kampi, and all the wonderful research scholars who are with me this morning. It's indeed a great pleasure to see you all and meet you all. And I would like to thank all the authorities of Buriram Rajabhat University for this very important initiative, because as researchers, I believe that the more inputs we get from different sources, I think it really helps us to shape our research well. So thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm delighted to be with all of you this morning. My special thanks to Dr. Kampi for all the initiative, the correspondence, and as you can imagine, the entire organization that you have carried out in such a meticulous manner. This also makes me nostalgic because I did have an opportunity to visit Buriram Rajabhat University, which was around 10 to 12 years back. And I'm sure with the initiative of Dr. Akaporan, Dr. Kampi, the department must have flourished and they must have brought laurels to the department and to the university. It was a great experience. It was a very lovely experience meeting all the students and teachers when I visited Buriram Rajabhat University. So I hope that this association continues in years to come. I also hope that just as I visited your university 10 years back, I hope that you get an opportunity to visit my city and my country, and we can keep you informed about the different conferences that happen here, because all of you are scholars in the field of language studies. So I really hope that, as Dr. Akaporan said, it would always be a pleasure to associate myself with the university and with the activities. And I sincerely hope that we get a chance to meet both in Thailand and in India. Right. So thank you very much once again for all the cordiality, the hospitality. My special thanks to Mary for introducing me in such a nice manner, and also to Yut Tajuk, who said that you prefer that we call you James. Is that so? Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. So that was very kind of you, both of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think we can move ahead with the 4 sessions that we have designed. Before I do that, a few general things that I want to say. Rather than putting your questions in the chat box, which you can do, but I think since this is a very limited group, I would really appreciate that you interrupt me at any point of time and let us talk to each other, and that will be better in the sense that the questions get answered immediately. So just feel free to unmute yourself at any point of time. You don't have to take my permission for that. The second thing is the 4 sessions that I have designed, and because I have to focus on academic and research writing, there is a theme, I would say, for every session, right? So as I move ahead, I'll explain it to you. So I expect your active participation. In case some of you have not been very vocal so far, or you worry a little about your English, do you? No, not really, right? All of you are students of PhD. So just feel free to ask your questions if you feel that, is it an important question? Is it a good question? Just don't worry. I think you're going to ask it, right? Because as I said, this is the foundation for research. So let us feel free and let us talk to each other. Even if we make mistakes, that is perfectly fine. All right. Just give me a minute or two. I'll try sharing the screen so that things will be better for you. Okay. Are you able to see the screen?
Yes,
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I would like to spend the first 5-10 minutes in knowing you, because this is a journey for the whole day, right? I can't be talking to you when we don't know each other and when I don't know really your area of research. So, very briefly, I would like to know, of course, I can see your name on the screen, but something about your educational background, in case some of you are involved in teaching, or you have carried out some research projects, or you have been working as a research associates. What is your educational background like? And also, I would like to know something about your topic and domain of research. If you have already finalized the topic, you can tell me the topic. If you have not finalized the topic, you can even broadly tell me, for example, if it is ELT, and if you say you want to do something in, let's say, teacher training. Okay. Now, the idea behind this is that if I know your domains and areas, throughout the day, whatever theory I'm going to talk about, I'm going to link it to your area of domain. All right, so that we make the webinar more relevant and it will be useful. So James, if you don't mind, I just want you to coordinate this, where you can just take the names of the participants one by one. I have a writing pad with me, right? I also have to be a sincere student in this webinar. So I'm going to write a case history of each one of you, just as a doctor understands, we may need to make a diagnosis. And at the end of the webinar, we have a kind of achievement test. During the webinar, I'm going to ask you several questions to answer. I'm going to ask you to solve something. I'm going to ask you to write something. So that is how I would like to make it relevant. So I request James to just coordinate, take the names of the participants, and let us spend 10 minutes on this. Yeah, over to you, James.
Okay, right. Thank you very much, Professor.
Maybe you can begin with yourself.
Okay, I'm going to say ladies first, as we have 6 ladies. And
so this
okay.
is
Anyway.
Ladies first is common in India and in Thailand. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. So now, all of the 9 classmates, okay, as you have heard from our teacher, yes, she is the best teacher of what is different. So today she's our teacher, and today we are going to begin to give her some of our brief data about us. As you can see on the screen, we are going to talk about, yes, the 4 points. Okay, so then let me begin with me. Yes, my classmates begin with me, and then the next will be lady. Yes, lady, and come back to handsome man again.
See, James, in research, it is important that we have a different approach and we do something new. So by introducing the man introducing first, we are already doing something new, isn't it? Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor. Okay. Okay. My name is Vikajak Lam Yes, as you can see on the screen, and you can call me James. Okay. Now I'm a lecturer of the Business English major program. My university is Rajabhat University. Yes, neighboring to Buriram Rajabhat University. And my educational background, I hold a master's degree in English, and I hold a bachelor's degree in English for international communication. And in my teaching, I cover writing, yes, writing, translation, and public speaking. Yes, they are the 3 major subjects I'm teaching. And for my PhD study, my interest is writing. Yes, writing. And I connect writing to computer. So I did my MA. My thesis topic was teaching writing through computer assisted language learning. And again, in my PhD, I would like to cling on computer technology with writing again. So in my would-be PhD topic, it would be like teaching writing with the use of AI. Yes, AI like Grammarly or any AI application available. Yes, because nowadays students know these AI tools, and some of them use AI tools, but they don't know how to use it in the proper way. So in my thesis, I want to see how can I collaborate writing and AI kind of blended learning. Yeah, this is my my future PhD, and now I have got as I told you, I have got the topic, and now I'm going to develop the pre-proposal until until the program allows me to present the proposals. Yes, Professor, this is what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, James. So this is your, is your coursework on at the moment? And you all have to still begin writing your dissertation, right?
Yes.
Yes, all right. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Okay, next will be a lady. Okay, who's next? I think Ajahn Vipakon. Mary, can you?
Yes.
Okay, Ajahn Mary.
Yes, Professor. I'm Mary from Myanmar. Today, frankly, I'm very happy when I see the words. Our professor works on the editorial board of the International Journal entitled Journal for English Language and Literature Teaching, because I'm very interested in literature teaching, Professor. And all my educational background, I have a teaching experience of over 16 years. At present, I am Associate Professor in English Department, Mahubin University, Ministry of Higher Education, Department of Higher Education, Myanmar, Professor. And I'm now at present, I'm acting as a head of English Department. According to our culture professor, we have to, in Myanmar context, there is an English specialization and non-English specialization. For non-English specialization, we have to teach the 4 skill. We have to focus on the 4 skill. And for English specialization student, we have to teach literature. Literature is a must. They have to take a course from undergraduate or postgraduate or even PhD courses. They will have to take literature courses. In my mind, as a senior teacher, when I was junior teacher, from the first 5 years, I will have to teach only non-English specialization student for 4 skill. When I become a senior teacher, I will have to teach undergraduate or postgraduate, especially in literature teaching. But I'm not certified in teaching literature. Although the purpose of curriculum is very good. Literature teaching can develop language skill, not only language skill, cultural competence, intercultural communication, and life skill, many more can give. But I think we all teachers don't have enough training or enough knowledge how to teach our students effectively in the EFL classroom. So I want to make a research how literature teaching can develop. And I want to show my research, all my colleagues and for the faculty of Humanities and Social Science, especially for English department teacher, my colleagues, how literature teaching is effective to our student in EFL classroom. So please, may I request Professor, how I should make a research on literature teaching. On my mind, although I have the idea, I consider how should I do? I should focus only on one teaching material, for example, short story teaching or novel teaching or drama, or should I include all literature teaching? But it may be broad, or sometimes when I find references, I think, in my opinion, I may be wrong, I can't get enough references in literature teaching research, Professor. I think it maybe maybe my ability, or I don't know how to find references in the internet.
Sure, ma'am.
I try a lot. I try a lot every day. I try the references concerning literature. I'm I I make up my mind. I don't give up my desire. I will do my best to be able to do a research on literature teaching. But I I'm not very confused and very frustrated and excited and worry how I should do in this field, Professor. So please give me
Sure,
man.
Mary.
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. It is a very important area, and it has been my area of interest also. Fortunately, I have done some work in the area of how literature teaching can enhance linguistic competence.
Yes.
I have written some articles and I have carried out some workshops. So don't worry, don't be nervous, frustrated, sad, only be excited, right?
Yes.
And I promise that by the end of the day today, you will finalize everything about what you want to do.
Yes.
Okay, we will do that.
Yes.
In fact, something about James' topic as well. It's a very interesting topic because these days technology and language teaching has taken a boom. And with COVID-19, we have seen how technology has changed our life. So it's a very pertinent topic. So we will focus something on technology and teaching of literature. Thank you so much, Mary. Yes, the next participant.
Okay, next participant, who will?
Okay, yes, Ajahn James. Yes, I will.
Okay, that's over to you, Ajahn Siddhisak.
Yes. Very good morning, Professor Dr. Madhuri.
Good morning.
And yes. Okay, may I introduce myself? My name is Siddhisak Pongkuhi. Yes. And for my education, I graduated master degree in English from Buriram Rajabhat University. And my research topic in my MA is error analysis, and I am very interested in investigate the writing. Yes. And for my profession now, I am teaching in English program at Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Buriram Rajabhat University. So I work here and I graduated here, the same place, Professor. Yes, and now I am the PhD student, and my topic that I am very interested is the same as my MA. It is writing, and now my interest is I would like to find out the effective approach, writing approach to teach writing in university level. And I plan to conduct the research on writing approaches. And I am interested in to integrate, to integrate the writing approach. And for the writing approach that I try to learn now, there are some writing approach such as genre-based approach, content-based approach, process writing-based approach, collaborative approach, product approach, and process genre approach together. So yes, I try to find that can the writing approach integrated together to enhance students' ability, or should it be individual one and compare to each other approach to teach the student to find out which one is more effective, or it can be integrated. Yes, now I try to find the literature review about this.
Right.
Yes,
Again, yes, it is. Again, I would say it's a very important topic because with reference to writing, it is all teachers' experience that students write very less. And it is very important to have the right kind of approach, or you can even think of the various approaches that you mentioned, and probably you as a researcher, you may arrive at what is called as the eclectic approach. Do you know this word? Eclectic,
Eclectic.
Eclectic, ECLECTIC. So in the sense, Citizenship, you combine, you study different approaches, but as a researcher, it is possible that you come up with a new process and approach by combining the best of all and the optimum use of all these different approaches. So that itself will be a very valuable contribution and error analysis, because that's the way of learning, right? That we
Yes.
overcome our errors. So thank you very much. I'll surely focus on this aspect as well. Okay.
Yes. Thank you, Clara.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one, please. A lady.
Okay.
Wow. Thank you.
Okay, I am the lady. Okay. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Mrs. Vipaphon Dengsi, and you can call me Kru Tien. Yes. I graduate from master degree from Rajabhat University, from Buriram Rajabhat University, more than 10 years. Now I forgot already. And I work as a teacher, English teacher at high school. So I am a teacher in high school, and I'm familiar with the student. I continue study in PhD in ELT because I want to improve my English level, and I want to know more, and I want to share the knowledge from PhD in ELT because I want to improve about teaching, and I think I can improve English. I can help my student and can share knowledge for my colleague too. And moreover, I think I interested in reading. Yes, reading field, because I think reading is very important for everyone, and I need to find out the reading strategy that can help my student. I want to use a reading strategy to improve reading comprehensions for my student, because I think if we get better in reading, that means we can find out more knowledge around the world. So I interested in this field, and for today I am very glad to meet you, because another skill that like writing, I'm not good at writing, but I think I can improve it through study with my friend, because I think most of my friends they have the good point, the good strength in, and I want to learn from them too. Nice to meet you, Professor.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Vipaphon. And what I would say is that though I'm going to focus on writing today, if we are a well-read person, we write well, right?
Yes,
we need
I want to write too. Yes.
Right. So we
writing.
need to certainly develop our reading skill. I also congratulate you for teaching at the school level, because, after all, the school education, we always say, is the foundation of education. And we need best teachers like you who want to work at school level. And if you develop their reading strategy, the school learners reading strategy, when these children come to Buriram Rajabhat University, the teacher's job will be easy, because you have already trained them to be good at the subject. So thank you very much. And we will talk about reading skill also, though my focus is going to be on writing. Okay.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, that you cheer me up, because I think if because someone asked me why you want to continue study in PhD, because you just only the high school student. High school student does mean you finish your master degree is enough.
No,
They
no.
think like that, but for me, I want to learn more.
You know,
Thank you.
about every good teacher, whether the teacher is teaching at school or college, we always say that we must autograph our work with excellence, right? So we all are learning, including myself. I'm learning, I'm going to learn so much from you. So I don't think the fact that someone teaches at school level, it means that one should not do PhD, right? We are all time learners. Learning is a continuous process. And I think PhD is going to help you not just for writing better, but it will also make you a better teacher. It is going to
Yes.
develop our professional abilities. So you are doing the right thing and we are all with you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ajahn Vipapon, and also big thanks to the encouragement by our speaker. You see, learning is a continuous process. Okay? Learning is endless. Okay, the next one, please. Next classmate.
I think there are more ladies here, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Ajahn James, can I?
Yes, Ajahn Suda.
Okay, good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
My name is Jansuda Bundri. I finished my bachelor degree in business English and my master degree in English from Buriram Rajabhat Universities. And now I continue my PhD at Buriram again. I am a business English lecturer at BRU. In my MA thesis, I study about the cultural study of with X in the hotel business. So for PhD, I want to continue in this field. I plan to study about the pragmatic competence in hospitality industry areas. So I plan to study the level of pragmatic competence of the hospitality staff and learner to find some approach and to create some competent tests for improving and assessing their ability, as well as to raising their awareness on pragmatics.
Right.
Thank you.
Good, Jansuda. You know, there has been a lot of work in ELT on developing linguistic competence or a little work on developing literary competence. But in the modern times, we know that somebody who has linguistic competence may not necessarily have pragmatic competence, right? So pragmatics as a level of linguistic analysis, it developed more only after 1980s. When Levinson came with this book, very important book called Pragmatics. So we don't have much work that has depicted how pragmatic competence can be developed. So we need to think of communicative competence, strategic competence, grammatical competence, linguistic competence, pragmatic competence. And I think pragmatic competence can also be used as an umbrella term, which includes all these types of competencies. And you are in a very important industry, the hospitality industry, and there you can certainly design, you know, this is also going to be something like the ESP course, the English for Special Purpose kind of component, where we don't design a general syllabus, but you will try to make it more relevant to their needs. So all the best for this journey. It's a very good area, right? Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, next.
Then
Okay,
may I?
Yes, yes, Somyo,
Yes.
go ahead.
Good morning, Professor. Let
morning.
me introduce myself. I am Assistant Professor Somyong Som-in. I graduate bachelor degree in English, and for a master degree, I study about linguistics that I study in Mysore University.
Okay.
Yes, but for PhD, I want to study about the theory of linguistics to improve the ability of the student to translation in Thai language. Yes, this is my view. I want to use the what is this methodology in the linguistics to apply to translate because it will help me and help the student to enhance the ability of translation. Because the translation of the student in Thai that is very hard to the student. For example, when I give the student to take the midterm test or the final test, the student always use the translate its long translation because they don't understand the meaning of word or they don't understand the structure of word and the structure of sentence. So that when they translate Thai to English or English to Thai, they usually confuse the structure of the sentence. So I want to do the research in the topic of the apply linguistic theory to translation. This is my view.
Right. Now there are two possibilities, Somyong. One, that you want your learners to translate in a better way, right? It will go into applied linguistics. And as we all can understand, translation is an art. It's a great challenge because we don't really find exact equivalents in two languages.
Yes.
The second part is, as we all know as teachers, learners always have a tendency to think in the mother tongue, right? So if someone's mother tongue is Thai, he's bound to think in Thai and use English. So even in terms of teaching, I would say in terms of teaching and learning, the learners have to now think in a minimal way in the mother tongue, and they should be able to use better target language. So in translation studies, we have different approaches. You must be familiar with Eugene Naida's theory of translation, and you can create a module and understand how we can teach translation in a better way. So there are two aspects to your topic. I feel you'll have to decide whether you want them to teach translation or whether you want to help them to minimize thinking in mother tongue and use the target language. Right. So during the day, we will certainly talk about this. But again, it's a very interesting area. As I said, translation is a very skillful act, and we have to be very resourceful when one has to translate. Okay. So thank you very much. Yeah. The next participant.
Okay, next. Thank you, Ajahn Somyong. Ajahn On Marvin.
Yes, teacher.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yes, teacher. May I introduce myself?
Yeah.
My name is Omar Wen from Myanmar. I got master degree from Mandalay University. I am an associate professor from Columbia University, and my research topic is challenges and coping strategies of EFL teachers in higher education of Myanmar.
I'm sorry, Omar, can you repeat the first two words of your topic? I didn't hear them.
Yes, please, teacher.
Yeah.
My research topic is my research topic is challenges and coping strategies of EFL teachers in higher education of Myanmar.
Okay. All right. And why do you want to work in this area? Yes, Omar. Yeah. Can you?
That's my topic. My research title is. Yes, teacher.
No. I just want to ask you, what exactly is the plan? What do you want to do? What have you decided to do in this research? Can you explain a little?
Yes, teacher. My laptop is a little problem. I can hear very well, teacher.
Okay. Fine.
I can hear very well, professor.
Okay. Fine. I will talk to you later then. Okay.
Yes, teacher. Thank you. Thank you, professor.
Yeah. James,
Yes.
could you hear the first two words of what she said?
Maybe because of the internet connection.
Yeah.
Challenges and coping strategy of EFL teachers in Myanmar. Professor.
Challenges. Oh, okay.
Challenges and coping strategies.
Okay. Fine. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Ajahn Mary. Okay, now we still have Ajahn Yi Moncho.
Yes. Good morning, Professor, and it's nice to see you here. And firstly, I would like to give my special thanks for your being here, for your lecture, and for your insightful talks. And may I introduce myself? And I am Himon. I'm originally from Myanmar. I hold a master's degree in Fergusson University, Ministry of Higher Education, Myanmar. I began my career since 2015, and now assistant lecturer in English department at Fergusson University. Now my topic is empowering youth participation through global citizenship education into English language classrooms. Here, why I choose my topic is actually my interest and my passion goes on English language teaching. So I want to explore the innovative teaching pedagogy. That's why I would like to find out the effective teaching methods. And then for my students, especially university students, and then how to empower and their participation and their engagement into English language classroom by using or through practicing global citizenship education. Because I believe that global citizenship education is a global trend and it is very effective and innovative in using or practicing English language teaching. That's why I like to find out my research topic for the sake of my university students. Yes.
Very interesting, Yi, because I think every teacher has to be aware of different methods, because there is no situation where only one method will be useful. And as you rightly said, the youth participation and the more our classes become learner-centric, we should be in a position to keep them mentally engaged. So as you know, some of the modern approaches like the cognitivistic theory of language learning, the constructivist approach, all these approaches have suggested diverse methods. And the more we know about these methods, I think our classrooms are going to become a center of edutainment. So it's very, very important that we adopt the right methods. So I'm sure that it won't be just for your university students, but whatever methods you suggest, let us hope they get implemented at the global level, and it would prove to be insightful to all the teachers who are teaching English. It's a very good topic, right? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Ajahn Yi Moncho. Okay, we still have one left. Ajahn Silaprapha.
Yes. Good morning, Professor. Good morning, Ka. I'm sorry if there's my daughter's crying. She's in the hospital right now. My name is Silaprapha Ratanalomkan. I graduate both my bachelor and master degree in English at Singapore University. My thesis in for my master degree is about literature. I analyzed two graphic novels, The Call of the Wild and Black Beauty. And now I am a lecturer at Surinda Rajabhat University. I teach English major students. And my topic that I am interested in, at first I want to, because in the university I teach critical reading, and I see that students have critical reading problems. So I want to try using literary text to teach the critical reading subject in order to enhance the students' critical reading skills. At first, my topic that I proposed was literary text to enhance EFL's university students' critical reading skills. But after I attend one webinar, Dr. Willie from Singapore, he suggests that I should add some more trendy words to engaging literary text to enhance from EFL change into ELF, English as a lingua franca, university students' critical reading skills. Yes.
Right. Thank you so much, dear. It's just that I did not catch your name. What's your first name?
Silapapa. Or you can call me Fun.
I can call you?
Yes.
What?
Fun.
Fun?
Fun. K-W-A-N. Fun.
Kwan. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you, Kwan. Again, a very interesting and important topic, because reading is one part, and to be analytical, to be reflective, and to carry out critical reading, is another area. This will also go and help the learners to, we often talk about reading between the lines when it comes to literature. Literature is all about understanding not just the denotative meaning, but also the connotative meaning. So for enhancing critical reading, it is obvious that learners have to carry a particular level of competence, and we have to teach critical reading, because unfortunately, I think sometimes we do teach them to read, but critical analysis is a different kind. It is an advanced kind of skill. So thank you, Kwan, to you for this journey, and I'm sure you will be able to develop the reading ability. Thank you so much.
Yes, and please excuse me if I turn off my camera sometimes, because I'm at the hospital. So I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Okay, no problem. We all can understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is that all, James, or someone is left?
Yes, we have covered all the 9 students.
Okay, right. So all the Ajans, thank you very much. I think that's the word, if I have caught it correctly. And as I said, what I would like to do is that throughout the day, I'm now going to make a reference to different research areas that we have thought of, be it literature teaching, language through literature, technology and language teaching, error analysis, translation, the cultural backup, effective methods, reading skill, critical reading skill. So this data will be very useful to me while I'm going to talk to you throughout the day. So thank you very much. So from here, let us move ahead. And let us first address this very basic question of what is research. And I think this will set a tone for what we are going to talk about. Now, we always say that in the very word research, you have the main word. What is the main word in that word, research?
Re and search.
Right, we have re and search. Now, re is a prefix, and you have the main word search. So, quite often it happens that when we start with our research, we feel that we are going to be Newton and Galileo and, someone who is going to invent completely something new. We are going to discover something new. I agree that the word new is very important in terms of research, because we cannot just combine information from different sources and present our PhD, right? So we have to be independent, and we have to think of a new area and a new dimension. But at the same time, let us remember that all of us cannot be Newton and Galileo coming up with a new theory, right? So it is also possible that the second point that I have written, we might make modifications in the existing theory. So, for example, Derrida coined the word deconstruction, and we are all familiar with the theory of deconstruction. So he came up with a new idea. We have Noam Chomsky, who talks about, let's say, the language acquisition device. Now that's a new area in linguistics. But it is also possible that we try to make certain modifications in the existing theory. So for example, somebody, let's say Mary, who talked about the teaching of literature. It's not that nobody has said anything about teaching of literature so far, right? People have talked a lot, but we might come up with a new model. We are going to make a modification in the existing theory, and that is also good research. Or for example, who talked about the effective teaching methods that she wants to come up with. So a lot of people have talked about different methods, but we want to transform it. We want to shape it in a different way or mold it in a different way. Similarly, Yutachak James talked about technology and language teaching. Now, again, he is not going to coin, or he has not coined a term like computer assisted language learning. It already exists in the field of ELT. But then now what is a challenge, that to take a survey, a literature review of different scholars who have said different things on call, and then give a different shape to it. So I think it is important that our idea of research itself, the word research, is very clear. So one, we might come up with something absolutely new. Two, it may not be really new. It exists, but now we are going to give a different shape to it. Now, for example, Vipaphone, who talked about reading as a skill, and with reference to high school teaching, we might observe that there are a lot of theses and dissertations on reading skill, but probably very few have worked on reading with respect to very young learners. Now that itself becomes a new dimension. So even before we begin, I think the third point that I have written, our contribution to a particular domain. Remember, as PhD scholars, we are expected to contribute something to that existing domain, so that discipline, let's say English language teaching or English literature teaching, will become a better kind of domain where we are going to see development in that particular field. So naturally, therefore, we are all enthusiastic and active to write our dissertation or thesis. And of course, undoubtedly, writing is a task, writing is an art. And therefore, all of us are here to talk about how we can write our thesis or dissertation in a better way. I have written dissertation / thesis for the very simple reason that normally when it comes to PhD, we say it is a thesis. But for other kinds of programs, like you wrote your dissertation at MA, or somebody who completes MPhil writes a dissertation, right? But usually at the PhD level, we talk about a thesis. So for a researcher, when he engages in the task of writing and even in the task of reading, I think all these WH questions are going to be very important to each one of us. Why? Why have I selected this topic? For example, for my own PhD work, I focused on varieties of English, and I have worked on Indian English as a variety. That has been my area of interest, because in India, as you know, it is such a huge country. We use English here as a second language, not as a foreign language, the way it operates in Thailand. And it is a very important variety, the way it has grown. So when I started on this journey, I first answered the question, why? Why is it that I decided to work on Indian English? Because, I think that in years to come, for example, Indian English should become a model of teaching. Right? I'm not a Britisher, I'm not an American, but the model that I'm using in my classrooms right now as a teacher of English has to be British English. So why did I choose this area? Because I want to upgrade the status of Indian English as a variety. Next, I decided to give a thought on how do I want to do it. And how did I do it? I collected data from different sources on Indian English. So my data came from Indian newspapers, Indian journals, educated Indians. My data also came from television programs, from radio programs. So as a researcher, you give a thought to the question, how? How do I want to do it? Number three, what exactly, the focus, of all the aspects that you think. I think Mary said it, that, obviously we can't be working on teaching literature in general, because that would be too broad. So one of the challenges for all of us is that we narrow down our topic, we have the focus, we have the center, and then we finalize it. Where? Now, by where, I mean, for example, some of you who talked about school education, somebody talked about business education, somebody talked about translation. So we have to decide at which area, where exactly we might have to visit in case our ELT research is going to be data-based. So is it a business institute? Is it the corporate sector? Is it going to be school or a university? So that has to be finalized. And of course, aspects like which and when also, which will come close to this. So even before we begin with research, let us understand the term research and have this very important notion in mind, that we all want to contribute in a very solid manner as far as the field that we have decided to venture into is concerned. Right. Any question on this term? Anything that you want to ask on this slide?
Participants, any questions?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, it does, sir.
The last word for why, how, what, where, which, when. So when for the PhD thesis. So how long usually it take time for the thesis, Professor?
I'm going to ask you, how long are you going to take? Anyway, I'll answer it. See, Sitisak, I would say that don't take too much pressure of time. I think once your reading is complete, I believe all of us have to read extensively, try to collect all the best resources in a period of 1 year or so. If you have a lot of time in your hand, like, if you're going to work for something like 10 to 12 hours a day, I personally believe 3 years is a good time to complete research. I completed my research in 3 years, though I was working as assistant professor at a college. So that actually used to take away half of my day. But then I think if we find 10 to 12 hours, 3 to 3.5 years should be enough. And more than the time factor, sometimes, especially in ELT, we know that our research is going to be different from those who, for example, read novels and write, because they just have to read 5 novels. I'm not saying it is easy research, but it's a different kind of research. Whereas for you as a student of ELT, and now, for example, you talked about error analysis and you want to teach writing. Let's imagine you decide to concentrate on learners of 5 different institutes in Buriram, where you're going to try out your program. Now, all this will take time. But then don't worry, if 3 years become 4 years, but then your research becomes more valuable, I think that is important. I hope I've answered your question.
Yes, okay, thank you, Kap.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And also by the word when, what I also mean is, when we write our chapters, I'm going to talk about this later, but when we plan our study, we need to remember that it is not always necessary to write your chapter first. Do you understand what I'm saying? I have 5 chapters, chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not necessary for you as a researcher to essentially write the first chapter at the beginning of your study. When I wrote my PhD, when my data analysis was over, I wrote my main chapter first. And that is also what I mean by when. We have to understand when, what to write. So I think once our framework is done, we can divide our task, because ultimately what is it that I want to say requires more time than the other chapters. And therefore I included the word when. All right. Any other question?
Any more questions before we continue?
All right. I'll just say something little on academic writing. So writing is different from academic writing, right? So for example, when what we call as informal writing, it is all about style. So for example, if I write an informal letter to James, for example, we are not very conscious, we are not very careful. But the moment we talk of academic writing and technical writing, and the kind of writing that we have to do in thesis, then we get involved into academic writing. And therefore, for some of us at least, maybe we are good with ideas. We have a lot of creative inputs. But ultimately, whenever your thesis would go to an examiner, it is the writing part which is going to give an impression about you, your work, your personality. And so that kind of writing to come to that particular stature is very, very important. We also use writing, we also use academic writing, as you know, for writing research papers. And as students of ELT program, as PhD students, I'm sure all of you are involved in publishing your articles. Now, even there, simple aspects like what kind of grammar do you use? Do you use short forms? Whether your sentences should be short or long? What is the tone of your article? I think all these aspects contribute to the notion of academic writing. So once again, that is going to be my focus during the day when I would be talking about writing. So we need to remember that so far, before writing research, we probably did not venture much into academic writing. And now we need to do it. For example, a very simple aspect, which I keep telling my own research students, that we can't be writing much of the first person pronoun I in research, right? For example, let's imagine Mary, in case she decides to work on teaching of poetry, and she develops a new method for teaching of poetry. In terms of narrating the experiment and what she did, it would not be correct to say, I motivated the learners to read the poem in this way. I played the audio cassette. I elicited the response from the learner. This way is not a way of academic writing, as we all can understand. So one of the things that we do in academic writing is to use passivization, right, which is a term in grammar. So we say that the learners were motivated to listen to the poem carefully. The learners were asked to do 3 readings of the text and the responses were elicited. So it's not that we don't know these structures. I'm sure as teachers of English, we all know active and passive voice. But this is an important aspect that we will have to keep in mind when it comes to academic writing. So we will again have different examples throughout the day when we move on to academic writing. Any question on this? I hope, I just want you to understand the term right now. Okay, so as we move ahead, we will be talking about it. All right, we would say we all as teachers of English need to start where we are. As researchers, we need to start where we are. Now, whatever you have told me about a research has served as a kind of diagnostic test for me, because I know where you stand. I know your areas of research. What I want you to do in the next probably 10 minutes before we have a coffee break, I have given you 4 areas, okay, the 4 questions on screen. Qualities of a good teacher, which is a better approach, behavioristic or cognitivistic, the need for ESP courses, and will technology replace teachers of English? A very simple task that I'm going to ask each one of you to do. I want you to choose any one topic. Okay. I want you to write only 5 sentences. Okay. I have now listened to you. I know how you speak, but I also want to know how you write. So even those 5 sentences is going to tell me something about your writing style, your writing strategy, your way of thinking. So choose any one area and write 5 sentences.
Professor, after we have written, where shall we submit to you?
No, I'm going to ask some of you to read those 5 lines and we are going to comment and understand writing.
Yes,
so no need to submit it. You can just write it. And only 5 sentences. And James, please keep the track of the time and tell me when we have to break, right? I think we have to have the first break after 5 minutes, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, you are right. We
Yeah.
have to break at 11:20.
Yeah, okay. Because we in India, I'm 1.5 hours behind Thailand. Right, so I'll calculate accordingly. Fine. Even if one of you finishes writing those 5 sentences, just let me know. You have, James? You're finished.
Okay,
Good.
I've got 4 sentences.
Okay, okay. So complete the fifth one. Okay. Anyway, we are going to use this material in the next session. So maybe if you are short of a sentence or so, you can complete it. The reason you can complete it later, I'll just make 2 or 3 points and we will conclude the first session. The reason for writing, asking you to write this is that as students at the PhD level, even if all of us are going to write a dissertation or a thesis running into 200 or 300 pages, I'm sure all of you will agree with me that what we have to master first is the art of paragraph writing, right? We all know that in pragmatics, we use the term discourse. It's a connected text, and your thesis has to function, has to look as a discourse where there are proper connections. But I think that if we learn the art of writing a small para of 5 lines, this is going to train us a lot to write a longer kind of text. All of you are extremely enthusiastic group of scholars. I'm really happy to meet you. And I think with all the 4 Ds that you can see on screen, you have a lot of desire to do your work well. You have dedication, you have discipline, and through your supervisor, research supervisor, you're also going to get direction to your writing. So I'm sure that with all these 4 Ds with you, desire, dedication, discipline, and direction, each one of us can become better in academic writing and writing for research. So I wish you all the best for this journey. And in the previous slide, I had said start where you are. But now I would like to say that we must start where we are and we must reach where we can. I think all of us have wonderful abilities. All of you have certainly good thoughts. You have thought about your research, but now the mode of displaying it, the presentation, is something that is going to matter a lot, as I said, because your examiner will understand something about your ideas through your writing. So let us begin where we are, start where you are, and reach where you can. All of you have wonderful potentialities and abilities and competencies within you. And I'm sure with practice and dedication, you all will be able to write well. So with this, I conclude the first session for the day. And thank you so much for your active participation. I hope this session has set the tone for everything that we are going to do in the next 3 sessions. In my next session, I would focus directly on writing as a skill, some general aspects that we need to remember for the process of writing. In the next session, I'm going to say something about writing for PhD and how we should be remembering certain aspects that are very vital to the process of writing. So thank you very much. All of you have a cup of coffee. Enjoy it. The Thai coffee or Thai tea. I will enjoy the Indian tea. I wish we were all together so that we can share, Indian tea and the Thai coffee, whatever. But anyway, have a cup of coffee, and I think James will be back after 15 minutes.
Yes.
What is the plan?
Okay, that's the final statement by Professor Dr. Madhuri Gokhale. Yes, she said that we all have a wonderful potential to do our research. So in return, we have wonderful encouragement from her as well. Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That's the first morning session by our invited speaker. So as she said, we will have a 15-minute break. 15-minute break. So after the break, we will come back and resume our second session in the morning. So we have the break until 11:40. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, have a good time.
It's 11:25 in Thailand right now?
Right, exactly.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So I'll keep the slide. I'm just going to mute the audio and the video. No need to go out of the system, right? We all will be back in 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hello. Special guest, small special guest.
Ajahn Mary, what is the weather like there? You know, in Thailand, we have announced that Thailand has entered the summer season. Yes.
It's fine here. Today is sunny and not too cold or too hot. It's the beginning of summer in Myanmar also.
Yes. So in the announcement, now is summer, and the end of summer is maybe almost the end of May. Yes, almost the end of May.
End of May. Oh.
Right. But I don't know the weather outside yet because now I'm in the aircon room. I don't see the sun yet for today.
So smart. Hello, baby citizen.
Baby citizen.
Baby citizen.
Hey, hello.
Hello, morning.
Morning.
Yeah.
Jamon, the baby is so cute and he look like you.
He like listening to English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How old are you?
What?
How old
I
are
got
you?
her then.
5 years.
Why yes?
What's the name?
ชื่อครูทูล
Sorry.
ไม่
Sorry.
Oh,
อุ้ยน้องอะไรน่ารัก
after
จัง
baby.
Oh, two babies.
I say hi, hi, hi,
Hi, hi,
hi.
fun. Hi, baby. Are you feeling well?
Oh, Ajahn Onma as well. Yes, baby Onma.
Baby Oma, baby Sila Papa. How about baby Song Yong?
Not here.
Not yet.
Yes.
James, this time on the Facebook, the news of the address. What's our name? Thai address. Sorry. Sorry. What's our name? The news of Thai address is spreading on Facebook. You know.
The news?
The news of Thai address. What's our name?
Thai address?
Yes.
What is the news about?
I say she fall into the lake from the speedboat.
I say yes. superstar, a Thai female superstar. The news is the top news.
The top
for,
news.
Yes, for 1 week. And I think this month the news will be top for a few weeks, I think. Ajabi Papon, okay, what is the weather like in your area?
My area outside very hot, but I stay in my my bed, so it's cold because air condition. Yeah.
Is it sunny?
Sunny, yes, sunny for today. It's sunny. It's okay outside, but inside I have to use air condition.
Winter has gone.
Excuse me, Ajahn James. So how long does the second session take?
Okay, until 12 noon, but we can reach 12:10. Yes, it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe, Professor Madhuri.
Welcome back, our professor.
Yes, welcome back. So what did you have? Tea or coffee without milk or with milk? Have you visited India? How many of you have visited India? I'm sure Somyong has. He studied at Mysore, right? Yeah. Others? Have you been to India? Of course, Dr. Kampi. I hope you remember Indian tea.
Yes, Professor, we went to.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, I never been, but I
visit
hope in the future.
Sure.
I hope in the future.
You're not just welcome to India and Pune, but to my house too, to have a cup of tea.
Wow.
And Indian tea comes with a lot of ingredients. We use lemongrass, we use a lot of ginger. It's a very special kind of tea, which is healthy. And so you're most welcome. Right? I'm sure Dr. Kampi has a lot of memories of Pune, Maharashtra, and India. Yeah. All right. So are you all set for the next session?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So before I move ahead now with the second theme of the session, I want to only one or two participants right now to read the assignment that I just gave you. Sitisak, if you don't mind, have you completed writing those 5 sentences?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Can you read them? Can you read them, please?
The topic I chose is quality of a good teacher. Okay. A good teacher has some important qualities. First, a good teacher encourages students to learn. Secondly, a good teacher trains their students to have a good disciplines. Thirdly, a good teacher dedicates time to educate the students. In short, specific qualities to encourage students, to train students, and to educate students can make a good teachers. Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll comment on Sitisak's writing in a short while. Vipaphone, can I listen to you?
Yes, yes, Professor. But for me, it's very quite short.
No
the
problem.
the same topic. I'm not good at writing. Okay. A good teacher is a person who can teach students understand clearly. Good teacher knows better about their learners' abilities. I think there are many qualities of a good teacher. Yes, just for me. That's all for me.
That's all. Okay. So I think Vipaphone, it's clear that you have to practice writing a lot, right? So reading and writing so that you are able to write more.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you so much. Jansudha?
Yes, Ka. Okay, for me, the need for English for special purposes courses is increasing at the present. It not only show our ranking impact in teaching English, but also lie in the learner purpose for learning. The ESP provide the particular vocabulary and skill learner need. So the ESP is integrated into a subject area important to the learner world.
Okay, okay, fine. Thank you. Quite good. Good. And can we have Omar? Is it possible, or are you still at the hospital? Is she there?
Yes, Professor.
Yes. Could you
Equity
write?
chart. Yes, equity charts. And equity chart include discussion, communication, collaboration, adaptation, empathy, and patience. Yes, a equity chart is an engaging classroom, and a change of best practice and a lifelong learning teacher, the professor.
Okay, okay. Mary, would you read yours?
Yes, Professor. My topic is Will Technology Replace Teachers of English? So technology will not be replace teachers of English, but only technology can only be used for achievement to continue our education because of the pandemic. And with the help of technology, teachers of English can facilitate the student very well. And moreover, more activities can be done by the use of technology. All in all, technology is useful for students to be able to learn with different devices, different programs, techniques based on their own preference.
All right. Yes, thank you. So I've asked 5 of you to read right now. And of course, I'm going to ask the remaining participants to read a little later. What I want to highlight through this exercise is that even if these are 5 lines, and as I said in the previous session, that if we all learn the art of paragraph writing, eventually we will write in a better way. All right. Now, for example, we begin with Sitisak, who had, in fact, each one of you wrote something between 2 to 5 sentences. Now, Sitisak began by saying a good teacher has some important qualities which can serve as a kind of introductory sentence. Okay, what I want all of you to understand is whether we are writing 5 lines, 50 lines, 500 lines, or 5,000 lines, it's very important to have this mental representation of a proper beginning, a middle, and end. If you learn this philosophy, you will write every chapter of your thesis also in a better way. Now, Sitisak had a right introduction, right? There is just one sentence because I asked you to write only 5, but he said a good teacher has some important qualities. Sentence number 2, 3, 4, and 5, where he listed down the qualities, right? Which can be considered to be the main body of your writing. But Sitisak, you will agree with me that in that paragraph, your last sentence doesn't serve as a conclusion or a concluding statement to that paragraph. Do you agree with me, Sitisak?
The last sentence, I write in short, specific quality to encourage students, to train students, and to educate students can make a good teacher.
Yes, I agree. It is correct what you have written. But what we are now talking about is something that will help us to write our thesis, where I want all of you to write these 3 words in your notebook. The first one, introduction. Second, main body. Second, main body. And third, conclusion. Now, what do I mean by this? So, Sitisak, I would say that you are absolutely correct in point number 1 and 2. Your paragraph had an introduction. Your paragraph has a main body. Okay. But for example, if I was in your place and if my last sentence is, I hope that every teacher strives to assimilate all these good qualities, because this will actually shape the teaching learning scenario in different countries. And with these good qualities, learning will be a rewarding experience for the learners. Do you realize how this last sentence gives a good shape to your paragraph? I hope all of you understand the point. I'm purposefully doing it with a simple example, but this is something that you will have to remember at a larger level also when you write a chapter for your thesis. Is the point clear, Sitisak?
Yes, for the conclusion sentence, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
As Professor mentioned, so it should be like the summary,
like a summary,
and
right?
It can be the comment and the outcome of the effect of the good qualities.
Right, absolutely. So, for example, in what Mary said, do you remember Mary's last sentence was, she said, all in all, and then you continued. Now that all in all actually operated as a kind of summary of the first 4 lines. So there was a conclusion in what Mary wrote. But Mary, you will agree with me now that in your part, you had point number 2 and 3. In Mary's writing, there was main body, there was conclusion, but Mary needs to work a little on the point of introduction. For example, her topic was, will technology replace language teachers? In case I say, technology plays a very significant role in education and pedagogy today. That's all, that one sentence. And then your second statement where you venture into answering this question as to whether technology will replace teachers. So if Mary had said something like technology plays a very significant role in our life, then she makes her points, which she made so correctly. And then the last point, all in all, whatever you said was right. Do you agree with me, Mary?
Yes, Professor.
Right. So that is one part. Omar, where she said something like a good teacher includes, and all those points were given. Again, before that and after that, we need something so as to design the paragraph in a good way. So just remember this very important skill that is associated with writing, and that is the skill of organization and planning. Vipapon, you began your paragraph by saying a good teacher is a person. Now, if you do that, do you understand that you are directly coming to the main body?
Yes, right? I see. Yes, right. I see.
So now I hope you have understood it, that always think at a slightly larger level, then come to your main body and then the conclusion.
That's mean I have to introductions, and after that I'll write about the body, and the last one is about I can write a paragraph in conclusions. Yes, I know.
Right.
Yeah, thank you.
So you know where you began, for example, where you said a good teacher is a person who is interactive, this, that. Before that, you can say that something like the qualities of a teacher matter a lot in the classroom. You know, directly and indirectly, the teacher influences the learner. You know, there is the direct impact and there is also an indirect impact of the teacher. So the qualities are important. Then you say a good teacher is a person. And then finally you say that if, as I said, if the teacher imbibes these qualities, assimilates these qualities, then the future of the world would be bright, because a teacher who is an embodiment of different good qualities will do a good job and serve the nation. That can come as a conclusion. All right.
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Moving on to Jansuda. I think in Jansuda's writing, is she there? Yeah, you did a very good job. I could see all the 3 points in your writing. It was very well done. If you remember, Jansuda's first statement was, the need of ESP is increasing at the moment. Did she start really talking directly about ESP? No. This is a very general comment, a very general statement. Then she argued for why ESP courses are required. And finally, if you say that though we understand the need, at the moment we have not designed many ESP courses, so it is a fertile area of research. So this is something that would give a proper shape. All right. Why I said this is that if you look at the structure, all of you at your MA, you have written, I believe, a dissertation, and of course for your PhD, you're going to write. Let us understand that from chapter 1 to chapter 5 or chapter 1 to chapter 6, this is exactly the design that you have to keep in mind. There is introduction, right? You introduce your area and you write a proper introduction for whatever is going to come. For example, if Jansuda is going to work on pragmatic competence of people in hospitality industry, now, obviously, you don't begin directly by talking about pragmatic competence, but you would talk, in case your first chapter is something like various competencies, where you talk of linguistic competence, literary competence, strategic competence. So that can operate as introduction. Moving ahead, you have literature review, which is also your introduction. Then you talk of the main research. And finally, your final chapter might be conclusions. For example, if Mary decides to work, this is hypothetical, but for example, if she decides to work on a topic like enhancing communicative competence of students in Myanmar through the teaching of poetry, right? Maybe Mary would write her first chapter as the situation of English in Myanmar. This is important to understand something about Myanmar as a country. If I'm not wrong, Mary, the name of the country and the name of the city, also the capital is Myanmar, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So you will focus on the status of English in Myanmar, which will serve as your introductory statement, introductory chapter or a paragraph. The main point, the second part where you will talk about how the learner's communicative competence can be enhanced, and then you have the conclusion, right? So take any research. I think these 3 words are going to be extremely important for all of you. Let us start on a general higher level, have the main body, and then the conclusion. Is it clear, everyone?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Any question?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. All right. So I'll move ahead. I'll share the screen. All right. Is the screen visible?
Yes, Professor.
Yes.
So now we have already started talking about writing, and we will focus on what is effective writing and what are some of the norms that we generally need to remember in the process of writing. So in this session, it would be a general discussion on what is good writing, what is effective writing, which will eventually help you to shape your research. And the post-lunch session, where we would focus more on your research, the topics that you gave me this morning, how we can do a better writing vis-a-vis those particular areas. All right, so that is the plan. All right, a very well-known essayist once said Reading maketh a full man, writing an exact man. Can you tell me what do you understand by this statement, and also guess as to why do you think Bacon says that writing makes a full man, reading makes a full man, writing an exact man? Why? Why do you think so? Why is the word exact used there? You can just raise hand and anyone can respond.
Yes,
Yeah.
Professor.
Yes.
Yes. For me, I think that reading make a full man. It's like a man, okay, can learn anything through reading. Yes, and writing an exact man. It means
I think there is some
a
network issue.
man can record or pass or to convey knowledge and his or her thought in writing to the others to learn. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, he can convey his thoughts. Okay. Anything else? Any other interpretation?
Yes, Professor, please.
Yes,
let me.
Mary. Yes, Mary.
Reading a lot make a person full of knowledge and full of awareness. For example, cultural around the world. By reading, we can get a lot of knowledge and culture around the world. And writing, if we have full knowledge, we can write. We can write everything we have in our mind. Without reading, without having the knowledge, we can write anything we have in our mind. If we don't have the vocabulary, or if we don't have the innovative idea how to present, we can't write well. So reading is fast, and after reading a lot, after getting a lot of knowledge, we can write fully, and we can express how we are feeling in our mind, and we can express all not only our feeling but also the history of our country or something like this.
Okay, well said. Yes, thank you, Mary. Good. Any other connotation of
Professor? Let me share my view. When I read about this statement, it's like doing swimming. It's an example because before we swim, we need to about swimming a lot, how to swim in the water, or what we have to careful about, or what are the dangers, something like that. So reading makes a food man like this example. Before we do something, we need to read a lot, because by reading a lot, we can gain a lot of knowledge or a new information or something that we want to do, like the swimming. So but only we know or only we do reading, it is not enough, because we need to practice. This is called writing. So writing an exact man, like the other example, swimming. Although we know how to swim in the water, or what are the knowledge about the swimming, or what are the dangers, or what are the stuff, but we are not okay if we do not practice in swimming. I mean, if we did not swim in the water, or if we didn't go to the water, we can't swim like this. Although we read a lot, although we gain a lot of knowledge, but we need to practice. So we have to make a practical way by writing, or what we have gained from our knowledge. We have to use the knowledge what we have gained. Yes, thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, E. That was very interesting. Very well said. So we all can understand that reading is the foundation for good writing, right? That is one thought that stems out, that all of us as researchers, all of us as PhD students, you're going to write this very important aspect. And in the afternoon, I'm going to focus on how to write a good literature review. You know, literature review doesn't mean only that in book A, he says this, book B, he says this. That is not literature review. We want to present it in a good way. So we will talk about it later. But then it is reading that is going to shape our knowledge, that is going to give us understanding, that will set us thinking, There will be certain questions in our mind that would be raised because of the process of reading. So certainly reading is important. But then, as Francis Bacon says, writing is something that makes an exact man, for the simple reason that now our ideas, our perceptions, our thoughts would get a proper shape. And in the process of writing, remember, we are involved to a large extent in terms of editing, in terms of proofreading, in terms of giving a final shape to it. So there are more and more revisions at the level of writing, which also makes us or allows us to put our thoughts in an exact manner, right? So the two important points here are how reading and writing are connected. And as researchers, as PhD scholars, let us continue this journey of reading, which will also allow us to shape our writing in the best possible manner. Now, as you all know, the four basic skills of language that we talk about, listening, speaking, reading, and writing. We know that the skills on the left side, listening and reading, can you give me the word? What are these skills called? Listening and reading? There is a word, receptive skills, absolutely. They are receptive skills, whereas speaking and writing are productive skills, right? So the order, as you know, is very important, right? We do give a lot of significance to listening and speaking first. Now, if we move on to theories of language acquisition, the way all of us have acquired our mother tongue, we know that the child actually starts listening to the language. Studies in neurolinguistics have demonstrated this, that the child actually starts listening to the language right from the time when the baby is in the mother's womb. You know, this is very interesting. So the process of listening doesn't begin after birth. In all its probability, science tells us that the process of listening to a language, listening to the mother tongue, begins before birth. Then the child starts, of course, speaking, using the language. He goes to school and then begins the process of reading and writing, right? So the order of these language skills is very important, LSRW. Now, those of you who would be working in areas like, for example, Mary, where you talked about literature teaching, we are yet to decide the exact topic. But I would say that in case you want to do something in literature teaching, let's say something in poetry, you need to give a thought to how the learners will listen to the poem well, how you're going to train their ears so that they write in a better way. So let us not jump directly into writing. I think we have to do something about listening and reading first, and then only we can move on to writing. That is a suggestion. For something like applied linguistics, Som-Yong talked about translation and how we can, allow the learners to translate in a better way. I think to do this, to be a good translator, Som-Yong, you will agree with me that though you're going to focus on writing, such learners, your learners will need a lot of word power, right? They will need a lot of vocabulary. And therefore, the more they speak, the more they use the language, the more they read, they will be able to translate well. So in your research, maybe there is a possibility that you're going to focus on one of these skills. But my request to all of you would be also try to integrate these skills. You know, we divide them for practical convenience. But as I said, they are all also related to each other. So a good listener will be able to communicate well. Someone who starts communicating through reading, he will understand grammar, develop his vocabulary, his pronunciation would be good through speech. And all these three skills ultimately would help the process of writing. So they are all related notions. Omar, who talked about different challenges and coping strategies in case she wants to work with, again, one or two skills rather than a single skill, even that is a possibility. And we have to start looking at these interactions. E, who talked about who wants to work on different language teaching methods. Now, to increase the participation and the youth participation, as E talked about, you will have to think of the youth participating in different activities, probably across all these language skills, right? It's not going to be only writing. And Kwon, who talked about the development of critical reading abilities or critical reading skills, I think again, to develop that critical reading ability, the first two skills, listening and speaking, are equally important. James, probably you can also give a thought to how technology, you talked about the artificial intelligence and how they would play a role in enhancement of a particular language skills. So if you look at the horizontal level, as I said, listening and reading are receptive skills, speaking and writing are productive skills. But if you now take listening and speaking together, we call them the audio part, the listening part, and reading and writing are called visual manual skills. So listening and speaking together would be oral or audio, and reading and writing would be visual manual skills. So to reach effective writing, let us remember that all these other skills are also going to play a part, and that is something that the theory of acquisition has shown. Any question before I move ahead to the next slide? Does anyone have any question?
Yes, Professor.
Yes,
Please,
Mary.
May I ask your suggestion? If I may, topic like enhancing students' critical thinking skill through short story, is this possible?
Yes, of course it's possible. Of course it's possible. So if you say enhancing critical thinking skills through short stories, also, your focus will be actually on all four language skills in one sense, because you have to make them listen. I think you have to develop their communicative competence, how they are going to read a short story and even do a little writing. So another possibility also is, I don't know, is English a foreign language in Myanmar, or is it a second language?
Foreign language.
It's a foreign language.
Yes.
So the only difficulty is that, for the critical thinking skill, their English has to be of a particular standard, right? I hope you understand what I'm saying, because critical thinking is still an advanced kind of skill. Another possibility for you, Mary, would be if you say something like enhancing the speaking skill or enhancing the communicative competence through the teaching of short story.
Yes.
You can write it down. Enhancing communicative competence through the teaching of short stories.
Yes, Professor. Communicative competence through the teaching of short stories.
Yeah, so if you you can decide your target group, maybe high school or college going students, right? And you can have a diagnosis as to where do they stand in terms of competency in English. You can prepare a module with some 15 short stories. So you will design a curriculum. You will have to choose the right kind of stories and build up the difficulty level, moving on from a simpler story to a little advanced one. You can even think of integrating the theory of multiple intelligences in your class. So your resource will be literature, your resource will be short story, but maybe there are some kinesthetic learners in your class. They can perform actions, they can act out a short story. So that will help you to develop their communicative competence. There might be certain learners who carry a lot of interpersonal intelligence. So you divide them in groups and give them certain activities, and that will help them to develop their communication skill. So I think it will be very interesting. There are certain learners who have a lot of visual spatial intelligence. There is this notion, they say that pictures speak louder than words.
Yes.
Right. So they look at something and they're able to respond. For example, take up a simple short story like A Selfish Giant, okay, or any such popular story, or a Sherlock Holmes story. What you can do is, if you have a pictorial representation of the story, maybe the learners don't have a good linguistic competence, they lack reading skill, but in all its probability, if you convert that story in the form of a picture, you show them a picture and they will start responding. And that could be a very effective way to enhance their competence and their confidence.
Yes.
Right? So you have arrived at a topic already in session 2, right, Mary?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes. Of course, you don't have to stick to it, but yes, I mean, literature could be used as a very prominent source for developing speaking or reading or writing skills.
Yes, Professor.
All right. Okay. Any other question on this slide?
Professor?
Yes, yes, James.
After the next slide, okay, can we have the lunch break?
Yes, of course.
Thank you very
Of
much.
course. For you, it would be the right lunch time. For me, it's not going to be so, but I would, of course, have a break, certainly. Because when you break, I think it will be 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock in Thailand. Yeah. For me, it's going to be around 11:25. So, okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. All right. So, the question as to why do we write? What is the point of writing anything? And I would say that in general writing and even writing for research, we write to express our thoughts. We write to express our feelings. It's a mode of self-expression and sharing some aspect of yourself with others. Now, when it comes to research and PhD, remember one very important word is your perspective and your point of view. Okay. For example, if Vipaphone completes her research, she submits her thesis. Her thesis goes to 3 different universities. You know that there is assessment and evaluation before you get the degree. For example, if your thesis comes to me, remember always that it is your main chapter that would be the most important reading for me as a researcher or as an evaluator. The reason is that if you divide your thesis in 4 or 5 different chapters, your thoughts, your take, your feelings would mainly be expressed in the main chapter. Let me explain the point. If James works on technology and integrating technology for teaching, there is going to be an introductory chapter, there's going to be a literature review. He would talk about all those experts who have worked in the domain of computer-assisted language learning. What is it that they have said? He will build up a case for his research. Now, for example, if he says use of computers for enhancing listening skill. Now, if this is going to be his main chapter, it is in this chapter that I really see his thoughts, his feelings, his idea, his personal touch, right? So as when you get involved in the process of writing, always remember that for your evaluator and your assessor, your original writing, your original thought is going to be extremely important. Okay. So we all have to have different styles for written communication. So we write letters in a different way. While I'm talking to you, maybe you're scribbling the notes that you're taking. You know, maybe you're using abbreviations, you're using short forms, and that's perfectly fine because this is a different mode of writing. We write email or SMS in a different way. The job reports will be written in a different way. Academic papers and dissertations will be written in a different way. So the question as to do we write in the same way for all of them? The answer is certainly no, right? So when it comes to research writing, going back to my term in the morning, academic writing, we are not going to use any short forms, any abbreviations, any broken sentences. I think we all have to be particular about about the kind of style that we adopt in terms of grammar, in terms of the word power and the choice of words. So why are there different styles? I think there are different styles because these are different domains, right? If I'm writing an informal letter, the informal nature of it allows me to pick up a particular style. If I'm writing SMS to my friend, I can use all abbreviations and short forms. But if I'm writing an academic paper, it will demand an academic language. So the care that we need to take is, it is said that the style you use is part of what you are communicating. So as researchers, it is very important to remember this aspect, that let there be consistency in writing. Can someone tell me what is the meaning of the word consistency?
Yes.
Just 1 second, Sitisak.
Yes, consistency mean the same form or the same pattern of writing.
Sitisak, just give me half a minute, okay? Just wait for half a minute. Just wait, just give me 1 minute. I will be back.
Yes,
okay?
Yes. Okay.
Yes, Sitisak.
Yes. Yes.
A joke happened in my family. I'll share it. My daughter was sleeping all this while. She woke up and my husband told her that your mother is in Thailand. So she came running to see how did I leave for Thailand and what happened to me suddenly. So I said, Thailand is on screen, don't worry, and I'm very much here. So I had to take that break. She's 7 years old, so she was, my husband kind of frightened her by saying that I'm in Thailand.
Can I copy your joke?
Sure. Yes. Yeah,
Yes,
go
yes.
ahead. Yeah.
Yes. Consistency in writing is mean we use the same form and the same pattern in writing sentences and the same style. Yes.
Right. So all of you, please remember this, that when you write your thesis and especially when you revise it, in the first draft, we don't realize it. But when you read your thesis closely, you will see that at times suddenly our style has changed. So one of the challenges for us is to ensure that we remain consistent. We have academic style throughout, for which I think we have to proofread our thesis very well. Okay, so adopting the right style is a way of communicating and writing effectively. Any question? All right. Okay, so how can we improve word precision in writing or while writing a PhD thesis? I think we need to avoid slangs, SMS abbreviations, very stereotypical idiomatic language, informal writing, and even when we write our thesis. Clarify unusual words on their first usage, in the sense that if you are using a particular term or a particular concept, you know that in your thesis you can write appendices, and sometimes we also write notes. Are you aware of that? That at the end of your thesis, just as we put appendix, we can have the notes where you can clarify the meaning of certain words to effectively write. Avoid acronyms unless you know that the person understands them. I had this experience with some of my research students who coined acronyms, and then, they were not popular acronyms. So ultimately, it is better to avoid short forms, avoid acronyms in writing, because this is a kind of formal writing for thesis when we talk about academic style. So this is how we can work on or improve on the word precision. Now, when it comes to sentence, we would say that sentence is a particularly important element of writing structure, because we are not going to use broken statements or broken constructions. We know that when we talk of grammar, the spoken grammar is different from written grammar, right? So we don't always speak, or we don't always use complete sentences. But when it comes to writing, I think we have to be very particular. So we need to follow certain norms and rules of writing. They're not as strict as computer language or mathematical rules, but these rules have to be reflected and kept in mind. So one of the important aspects, I would say, is grammar. We have to ensure that we all, as research students, have grammatical competence, and we are absolutely in a position to use language in the polished manner when it comes to grammar. Now, when you type your thesis, you know that computer itself helps us to arrive at the right construction, right? Because if grammatically I go wrong, the computer is going to tell me, modify it, correct it. It will appear in yellow or green, and I understand that it is incorrect statement. So there are all these softwares like Grammarly and different softwares that can help us. Sometimes we get 3 or 4 options, and I would say that at that particular point of time, as a researcher, we need to be very cautious and correct and use only the right kind of construction. Because sometimes the computer gives you 3 or 4 possibilities, but only one of them might be correct and useful to your situation. Okay, so just as words are important, we are saying that grammar equally plays an important role. So ultimately, what is grammar and the role of grammar in language writing or writing a thesis? That grammars are different. It refers to rules of a language. These rules of language, as we know, they would change from one language to another. So I think Somyong, who talked about translation, the rule of a language like Thai, for example, the grammar of Thai language is much different from the grammar of English, right? Even you might find differences in the subject, verb, object pattern. So all these rules have to be understood properly. And the care that we should take is that we have to minimize miscommunication. We have to ensure that there is no ambiguity in writing. What do we mean by ambiguity? Yeah. Can you tell me what is the meaning of ambiguity? Yes, E. Would you please?
Yes, Professor. Yes.
Yeah. What is the meaning of the word ambiguity?
Ambiguity is like it's not clear for comprehension.
Yeah. So sometimes when we are involved in research, we may not even realize that the sentence that we have written is ambiguous in nature, but it might prove to be ambiguous. Let me give you an example. I want all of you to write this sentence. Please write it. Teachers, please write this sentence. Teachers can make use of technology. Teachers can make use of technology in their classrooms. In their classrooms. Just think about this sentence. Does it carry one meaning or more meanings?
More meaning, Professor.
Yes, what are they?
Teacher use technology in the classroom, but it's not appropriate for the student. or teacher is not appropriate for the students or teacher. Instead of using this one, teacher use another technology in teaching the lesson. For this lesson, instead of using, for example, like one technology, she used another one that the student doesn't familiar with.
Okay, you have put it in a little complex manner, right? All right, I buy your second point. Now, when you say teachers can use technology, remember one meaning is can in the sense of ability, right? They are able to use technology. For example, if I say Citizenship can write well, it means he has the ability to write well. If I say James can play football, it means he has the ability to play football. So one meaning is in terms of the ability. The second, as Mary says, it is possibility. The teacher, it is possible that the teacher uses technology when she finds it to be useful and can adopt some other methods and do something different when she doesn't want to use it, right? Now, not in this context, but we also know that can has the meaning of permission, right? If I say, can I buy 10 more minutes? Can I talk to you for 5 minutes? Here, can refers to permission. So when we write our thesis, now you can see that even that one word brings a difference in meaning. And so we have to be very particular, even when we use subordinate clauses in our thesis. Let us try to maintain as much clarity as we can in our thesis writing. I'll give you one more example. You can take it down. He met a linguist from a country. He met a linguist from a country that he had never seen before. He met a linguist from a country that he had never seen before. Just think whether the sentence has two meanings.
Yes. Means two different things.
Yeah. Yes, James, would you like to answer?
Okay. Yes. To me, it means that different things as a reader. First meaning is that he met a linguist from a country that he has never seen before. Okay. The first meaning is that the thing that he has never seen before is the country. Is the mentioned country. The second meaning is can be the linguist himself or herself that the man has never seen before.
Absolutely. Right. Now, you know that this clause beginning with that he had never seen before is a subordinate clause, which can have a back reference to linguist, or it can have a back reference to country. Now, I have given you a simple sentence, but when you start writing your thesis, you have to pay attention to this aspect that you are intact and you are right in terms of grammar, and your sentences do not have multiple meanings. Have I made the point clear? So, you know, sometimes we don't realize that we use ambiguous sentences in writing. Any question? Is it clear to everyone?
Yes, it's clear.
Yes, it's clear.
Yeah.
That's why if we have enough time for our dissertation, we should have somebody else to read our work.
Absolutely, absolutely. there always comes a stage in research that we are tired of the topic, we stop seeing mistakes. So always better that we ask someone else to read what we have written. Absolutely. Also, as far as possible, we can use, this is often a question that research scholars ask as to whether it is necessary and whether it is a rule that we always use complicated statements, complex sentences. I would say not really, right? You can use longer sentences, but you don't have to change your style and decide that I'm going to now use a sentence which will run into 10 lines and then there will be a full stop. I would say your sentences can be short. You can adopt simple writing, but it should be error-free. You have to use the right word at the right place, and also you have to make sure that we are correct in terms of grammar. Also, what matters is the punctuation. I'll give you 2 minutes to read. The same letter is written, okay, twice, but with a change of punctuation mark, the meaning of the letter changes. So take 2 to 3 minutes. You can read both the letters and see it for yourself. The same sentences are written, but the punctuation marks are different. Yeah, I'm sure I don't have to explain anything. This slide makes it clear how punctuation marks are so very important. So if you look at the last part where where on the left side, it says, I have no feelings whatsoever when we are apart. I can be forever happy. Will you let me be yours? On the right side, you have, when we are apart, I can be forever happy. So it has exactly the contradictory meaning with one inclusion of comma. So what I want to suggest on the basis of this slide is that one full stop, one comma, one question mark, one exclamatory mark is going to bring a difference at the semantic level in your thesis. So be very particular about it. Especially I have seen researchers not using the right place, the punctuation mark semicolon. Can someone tell me, when do we use a semicolon?
Yes, when we would like to combine two sentences together.
Right. Or it would also come, for example, when we have some parameters or some aspects that we are going to label. For example, I say Thailand and Myanmar have these 3 major problems, colon, and I write those problems, right? That will be another area where we use colon. So just a suggestion to all of you is that ensure that we are right at the level of punctuation in writing, because that is also going to be important for your research. As we all know, language is a system of subsystems. What we mean by this is that different subsystems have to coordinate well with each other. So at some point of your research, when you present your progress report, you're going to make a presentation on your research. I think all the subsystems of language will come together. You will have to speak well. you will have to ensure that you are using the right word at the right place. Your grammar has to be correct, and whatever you say will have to have the right kind of meaning. Look at the sentence that I have written on the screen, and this is a very famous statement by Noam Chomsky, who talks about this sentence to understand that it is not enough that we are right at the level of grammar, but whatever we say should always convey meaning. The sentence that he gives is, colorless green ideas sleep furiously. Is the sentence grammatically correct? Jansudha? Jansudha, can you tell me, is the sentence grammatically correct?
You mean which one? You mean the
colorless green ideas sleep furiously. I'm not asking you about meaning, but I'm asking you about grammar. Sorry, I'm not asking you about meaning, but is it grammatically correct?
It seems A and B don't have like the full stop or the periods, so it's not the sentence.
No, but it has a full stop after furiously. The sentence is colorless green ideas sleep furiously. So there is a full stop at the end.
Sorry, I think about A and B.
Okay. So you can see here that actually it has a subject verb, right? Colorless green ideas sleep furiously. In poetry, we will interpret it, right? But in day-to-day language, the sentence is problematic because it does not convey meaning. You have colorless and green. It's a contradiction. You have green ideas. Ideas are sleeping and they are sleeping furiously. So, you know, the sentence at the level of semantics would be problematic. Look at the next one. I have just changed one word. John is eager to please. John is easy to please. Is there any difference in meaning? Somyong? Somyong, is there any difference in meaning?
John.
When you say eager and easy, now, you know, the structure of both the sentences is exactly the same.
For D, John is easy to please. Yes.
Actually, Somyong, both sentences are correct. Both are right. But there is a difference in meaning. No?
No.
Okay. Kwon? Is she there? Kwon?
You mean which one is it different, right?
Yeah, it is different in terms of meaning. Both are correct. Grammatically, both are right.
I think it's different.
Yeah. So what is the difference? Can you explain the difference?
It's John is eager to please. It's like he is wanting to please someone. But John is easy to please. It's like someone else is easy to please him.
Exactly. Very good, Kwon. Right. Do you realize, Somyong? So in the first sentence, John is the doer of the action. He is going to please someone. But in the second one, John is easy to please. Someone is going to please John. So this is something that we need to remember again in research, that the sentence structure might be the same, but the meaning that we are going to convey might be different. Is it clear to you, Somyong? Yeah. So there is a very acute relationship between grammar and usage. So we always say that usage is the foundation on which grammar is built. So I, as an Indian, or you from Thailand or Myanmar, when we are worried and when we are not sure about the grammar, the only resource for us is the native speaker or referring to a dictionary. And we should be doing this because ultimately, all said and done, English is not our first language. So as researchers, the more exposure you have to the target language, the more dictionaries you use, the more you polish your grammar, you will be able to write in a better way. So the native speaker's usage is something that gets incorporated in a dictionary or in a grammar book, right? So while writing your research, if you have a doubt, please refer to a grammar book to ensure, or please refer to a dictionary to ensure whether you have used the correct sentence structure. I'll give you one example. I want all of you to write this statement. Please write it. This theory of acquisition, this theory of acquisition, please write it, is different. This theory of acquisition is different, dash, is different, dash, this one, put a dash after dash, write this, THIS, this one, ONE. Right. You have to tell me which preposition will you use in this sentence. Vipaphone, can you tell me any one preposition that you will use in this sentence?
This preposition is different. Different from this. Different from this one.
Okay, different from this one. All right, thank you. Good, correct. E Moncho, can you tell me which preposition will you use in this sentence?
For me, I'm also is different from.
Okay, all right. James, which preposition will you use?
I will use from and to. Yes.
Okay, from and to. Okay. Jansuda?
I do agree with Ajahn James, from or to.
Okay. Is there any other possibility apart from and to? Mary?
From and to.
From and to are correct. Okay. Sitisa?
Yes, from and to, yes.
Okay, okay, fine. Now see, 10 of us or 9 of us are here. All of us have thought, maybe some of you thought only of one, only from, or maybe you thought of only two. Some of you, like James, he thought of both, from and to. Now, let's imagine you are writing your thesis. You wrote this sentence, this theory of acquisition is different, and you start thinking as to whether I should use from, or I should use to, or I'm not sure which preposition to use. The only resource that will give you answer to this question is that you refer to a dictionary. You go to the entry of the word different. A dictionary will tell you different from, different to, they are correct. The dictionary will tell you that from and to are generally used in British English. But the dictionary is also going to tell you that different than is also correct. Okay, now right now, all of us did not think of different than. It is possible to say in English, this theory of acquisition is different than this one. Than is a common usage or a popular usage in American English. Is it clear? So these are very simple tricks and simple aspects that we need to remember while writing. And this will help us to polish our grammar and do it in a more effective way. Is the point clear to everyone? So, we are now at an advanced stage of writing, but what I'm trying to say is that we will be able to write a good thesis. We will be able to display the polished and refined use of language only when our grammar is correct and when it is appropriate. All right, have I made the point clear to everyone? Any question? Okay, I'm just going to take 2-3 minutes. I know your lunch, your hot lunch is waiting for you. So I'll just take 2 more minutes. So along with the aspect of grammaticality, features of acceptability and appropriateness are equally important. So going back to Jansudha's topic, what I want to say is that let us be also pragmatically correct when we write our thesis, because ultimately there is a context, there is an environment, there is a situation within which we are writing. So it is necessary to use language correctly by taking into consideration the context. So we need to understand the context of thesis writing, and in the next session, where we talk about how there should be progression of ideas, how we are going to shape the chapters, how we are going to make our sub-chapters, how we are going to present our writing of the thesis from page 1 to the last page to the bibliography. We will be discussing this shortly in the afternoon. But till then, I want to say that it is not just the punctuation, the logic, the notion of grammatical correctness, but I would say it is equally important that we write down appropriate, or we use appropriate language and all the appropriate content in our research or in our thesis. So just one sec. So I just hope that you would enjoy the journey of making your written communication better. I focus on the word journey. Each one of us writes, each one of us is involved into writing, but we need to understand that it is a process where we use the right word, where we play with words, where we struggle with words. We are conscious about the correct grammatical structure. We have to ensure that we are appropriate to the situation. And if we then combine all these aspects together, I think we will ensure that our written communication becomes better. So what I propose to do in the next session after lunch is that we will actually then talk about writing the PhD thesis, how and what are some of the aspects that we need to remember, and how we can make our thesis writing a better kind of endeavor. Okay. Any quick question before we disperse for lunch?
Any questions from the audience? Okay, we can welcome one question, please.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, Citizenship.
In academic writing, as you mentioned, we should not use the idioms. But what if we would like to use the quotation from the famous scholars? Can we use the idiom? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. In case they have mentioned, sometimes there are certain idioms, for example, which are highly used only in literary language, right? For example, in our day-to-day language, if we want to refer to something like someone passed away, someone expired, there is this idiom to kick a bucket. Now, idiom of this kind cannot have a place in a thesis, in a formal writing, in academic writing. But in case you are referring to any particular scholar, you are writing that quote. Now, in all its probability, you will not find really idioms. There is a difference between different idioms and their connotations as well. So if imagine that in your writing, you're quoting something from David Crystal, and he himself has used a particular idiomatic construction. Anyway, you're going to put it in inverted commas in your thesis, right? You're going to write the page number after you close the inverted comma to indicate that this is not yours anyway. So I hope I've answered the question. We are welcome to take the quotes in all its probability, even in the quotations, and even all these linguists and scholars would not use too many idioms in their writing. But let's imagine that this is an article written on how to teach large classes, for example. And as an ELT scholar, you are referring to that article where that writer has used an idiom. But if you put it inside the inverted commas, it's okay, not a problem.
Yes, Professor. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. I know that when one is hungry, there cannot be questions. But I also hope that in the post-lunch session, because we will be talking more on writing and writing of thesis, I'm sure there will be greater interaction and more questions in the afternoon. All right, so shall we break for lunch?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, so bon appetit, enjoy your Thai food, right? Okay. And come refreshed. James, is this a break for 1 hour now?
Yes, okay. The lunch break is for 1 hour. Okay. So for Thailand time, we will resume our afternoon session at 2 p.m. And okay. For India time, yes, I can see on the screen.
12:30.
So 12 noon. 12:30, right?
12:30. It is right now 11:30.
I see. Okay, 1 hour for the lunch break. Thank
yes.
you very much for the morning session by our invited speaker, and have a very good time during your lunch and prepare some questions for the afternoon session. Okay, we will come once again in the afternoon with fresh smiles and faces. Okay, thank you very much and see you.
Thai students always have a very cordial approach. They always smile. They're always very polite. So the whole world has learned a lot from you. So I'm sure there will only be smiling faces, right? Thank you, James. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. I was looking for, in fact, one student from Myanmar who completed his MPhil with me. I was his research supervisor. After he completed his MPhil, he went to Japan to teach. His name is Ashin Pinienda. Somehow, I have not been able to get in touch with him, and I'm really trying because his email doesn't work. I don't have his phone number. I mean, the one I had is not working. Maybe I'll send you his name, exact name, or I'll tell you at the end of the session. In case through Facebook or any of your acquaintances, if you can get his contact. He will be in Myanmar now, that's my guess. So it would be nice if you can try to locate where he is, if it becomes possible for you.
Myanmar now?
Yeah.
Now he is in Myanmar?
Yeah, in 2013-14, he was in Pune in India. He completed his master's and MPhil. And then I was his supervisor. He was in touch with me for quite some time. But then now I don't know, he went to Japan from India. And now he must have come back to Myanmar. So I'll send you his name. And in case you get his contact details, please send them to me. Okay.
Yes, Professor.
Yeah.
Very interesting, Professor.
Yeah. I've been trying to get his number or email ID for a long time, but it didn't work somehow. And when he was here, he always used to come home. We know each other very well. So I was just wondering what happened to him. Is everything all right with his family? I just want to know how he is. So let's
Where did he live, Professor?
I don't know. In Myanmar, where he lived, I don't know. But for his MPhil, he worked on ESP. He worked on English for tourist guides in Myanmar. That was his topic.
Is he a government servant?
Probably yes. I don't know how. I mean, it was Myanmar government that sent him, I think, on a scholarship to Japan, which I believe was only for a year or two. So he must be back. He had a farm and a field in, he used to talk about a farm in Myanmar. So maybe from the rural parts, I'm not sure.
Yes, Professor.
But anyway, I'll send you the name, maybe on Facebook, or if he has written something in your language, if you're able to, because on Facebook, people would normally write their educational background and things like that. So in case he has put something in Myanmar language, you will be able to know. If you get any information, let me know.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, so are we all ready or should we wait for 2-3 minutes?
Yes, we can resume our afternoon session, Professor. Okay, we have time until 4 p.m. So we will have the afternoon coffee break at 3 p.m. Thailand time. Yes, 3 p.m. Thailand time. So 1 hour from now. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, my classmates and all participants. Okay. It's time to proceed on to our afternoon session. Okay, please enjoy the talk by Professor Dr. Madhuri Gokhale. So in this afternoon session, I hope that we will have more and more to gain from her, and we can learn a lot from her about principles and techniques of writing academic and research works. Okay, Professor Madhuri, it's your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much, James. Again, all of you look charged up. You had your lunch, so I hope you are refreshed. And a very good afternoon to all of you once again. I hope we are going in the right way. Do you have any suggestion for me? I hope you understand everything that I have said so far. Yes?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, everything is clear?
Yes,
Right.
clear.
Yes, clear. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll just share the screen. Yeah, is it visible?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. So I think in the previous session where we talked about the significance of correct punctuation, the importance of having the right kind of word power, vocabulary, we talked about the importance of grammar. In the similar way, just before we move ahead, I would just say something little about the range and choice of words that we should have. You know, for example, in thesis, quite often we see that the students have a tendency to repeat the word. And one of the signs of a good researcher and good writing is that we should have a pool and range of words with us, and we are going to kind of play and struggle with words. For example, imagine a situation where you have said in your research something like, this plays a very important role, or this is very important. And now you don't want to use the word important. What other words can you use instead of the word important? For example,
Essential.
Okay, if we say this is, if you say this is a very important technique, so okay, essential technique. Okay, any other?
Crucial.
Crucial, very good. Yes, Jansudha, good. Crucial technique. Okay, any other?
Vital.
Vital. Okay, so just as a sample, I'm going to write this. So you have important, we say essential, we might say vital. Any other? You know, it's, sorry?
According to Ajanji, the crucial.
Okay, crucial. Okay, vital. Oh yes, sorry, crucial. We can also say vital. You've given me one more word. I gave you the answer. So crucial, then we have significant, we might say pertinent, etc.
Effective.
Yes, effective, and so on. So, you know, when you write something from the researcher's angle, let us always remember that we also want to make it interesting for the receiver, right? So when we change these words, when we play with words, it will appear to be a well-read document, and the readers will also enjoy what we have written. So let us avoid repetition, let us avoid ambiguity, as I focused on in the previous session. So there are these very important notions. All of you must have studied the cooperative principle, right, in pragmatics, where there are certain maxims and certain rules. So the maxim which says, for example, just to conclude for where we were in the last session, just give me a minute, right? So there's something called the maxim of quality. And the maxim of manner. Have you studied this principle? Have you come across this principle in pragmatics?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, no problem. So actually, we discussed this in the purview of pragmatics. I asked Jansudha, because you're going to work on pragmatic competence. You should read the books written by philosopher Grice, Grice, which will tell you something about this principle and also something about pragmatic competence. So in the theory of pragmatics, you know, where we say that we need to follow these four maxims of quality, quantity, relevance, and manner. And I think for effective writing, to conclude what I was saying in the last session, these four labels would be important and useful. So what does the maxim of quality say? It says, give evidence for what you are writing and speak the truth. Right? So I think when we analyze data, we need to give evidences in research. We need to give justification for what we are saying. It's not of much point if we just make the point, right? So justification, evidence, and proof becomes very, very important in research. Now, the maxim of quantity states that we must give the required information neither more nor less. I think this is one of the challenges for us in research, to write in exact words, to be precise. We always say brevity is the soul of wit, right? It is very, very difficult to compress and to talk about all our ideas with a sense of precision. So we must use language in such a way where we are using neither or giving neither more information nor less information than required. Then it is suggested that we must be relevant to the context. So giving, this is where we move from one paragraph to another. And I would say it is important that we work with the notion of relevance and write in a relevant manner. And the maxim of manner suggests that we must avoid ambiguity and obscurity in communication. So actually all these points are discussed in the framework of pragmatics, but I feel that they would be equally important when we venture into writing research. Is it clear, everyone?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah,
Yes,
any
yes.
question? Can I move ahead? Okay. Okay. All right. Just give me a little time. I'm going to open the other PPT. All right. Is the screen visible?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Now let us quickly move on to some of the topics, areas of research in ELT. The first two slides, in case you have not arrived at a topic so far, or if you are still thinking, I would say these are some of the areas which are very fertile areas in the domain of ELT. So it is possible to work on theories of language teaching. There are a lot of theories that already exist, like behaviorism, cognitivism, constructivism. So as you said in the morning, with reference to teaching of literature or adopting the reading strategy, you might want to apply and make use of a particular theory. It is also possible that you work on acquisition and learning, child language acquisition. Try to see how we can bridge the gap between acquisition and learning, because when it comes to language acquisition, we acquire the entire language in a span of 2 years or so. But we know that in case of learning, it takes such a long time. So as a researcher, you can think of this methods of language teaching. I think E and others, some of other students also talked about how they would like to work on methods. Teaching of language skills. So you can think of listening, speaking, reading, or writing. You can even think of innovative ways to teach grammar and vocabulary. For example, Mary, with reference to your topic this morning, where we talked about short stories, you can even think of something like developing students' word power through short stories. Yeah? So something like enhancing students' grammatical competence through short stories. So literature could be a resource to develop language skills.
Yes,
And
Professor.
And then there are a lot of theories which support this idea, because some teachers teach grammar and vocabulary in isolation, but literature provides a very rich context, right? And therefore, it is possible to teach language through literature. Then you can also think of role of L1. L1 refers to mother tongue, the first language in language teaching. So this is a very controversial issue. I remember a few years back when I visited Bangkok and I visited some schools in Bangkok. I also, in fact, as I said this morning, came to Buriram for a lecture. And what I observed in schools in Bangkok was that still, or at least then, I'm talking about 10 years ago, a lot of teachers were using Thai while teaching English. I don't know whether it's still the same or it has changed. Maybe it has changed a little. That is what I understand. So, this is a very controversial issue, whether Thai should be used while teaching English or we should adopt the direct method. So one can do research in this direction also. Notions like remedial teaching, peer teaching, micro teaching, right? Which gives practice to the teacher who wants to someone who is inexperienced and wants to become a teacher. Of course, you can think of working along the lines of ESP. James is already, he has done something on computer assisted language learning, and there is a lot of boom in technology, and you can think of some modern notions, concepts. So people are thinking of how to teach through SMS language, how to teach through blogs, a lot of ideas are there. With reference to different topics in ELT, I think one important word that we must also keep in mind is testing or evaluation, because that's a very important part of understanding how much the learners have comprehended. You may want to form and frame curriculum. Probably you want to deal with some major issues in language teaching, like large classes or handling mixed ability classes, varieties of English, stylistics and pragmatics, concepts like long and parole, Chomsky's contribution to linguistics. So all these and many fertile areas of research in which we can work. Of course, I think what is important is that we are passionate about that area, and we are going to do something in which we are really involved. We would like to do it so that the outcome would be good. All right, so these are just few areas that I have mentioned where one might venture into writing papers, not just your PhD thesis, but different research papers or your thesis. Any question about these topics? Anything that you want to ask?
Professor, I have one question.
Yes, James.
Okay, according to the two slides with many areas for ELT and linguistics, okay, in your country, which area, okay, has received very small attention from researchers or scholars?
Okay, I think we have done so far, we have done very little in the area of evaluation, testing and evaluation. Of course, now, for example, one of my PhD students, he would like to see, how the British Council tests are modeled and how there are rubrics. So I think here in India, when teachers assess papers, we don't have those parameters in mind. If we have a 10-mark question, I think it is very important for the teacher to have that segregation. And I say that for content, I have 2 marks. For presentation, I have 2 marks. For grammatical accuracy, I have 2 marks. So I think that is one area, evaluation. In India, for a long time, we had, we had summative evaluation, evaluation at the end of the semester. But now a lot of research has to happen on continuous evaluation. So that is one. Second area in which we have not worked much is teacher training. I think it's a very, very important aspect of the entire education and pedagogy, because I personally believe that unless teachers are trained, the situation of education would not improve. Right? No learner is bad. No learner is casual. It is up to the teacher how the learner becomes. So I think if we do something along the lines of teacher training, that would be great. In technology, in case James, since you're going to work in that area, in Gujarat, there is a state, just as I belong to Maharashtra. In India, there is a state, Gujarat, and in Gujarat, they have carried out a lot of work in technology. So there are certain names and there are certain journals that in case you happen to visit India, I hope you do, and you come to our libraries also, I'll assist you and help you in every possible way. So there is a lot of work that has happened in technology recently.
Excuse me, ma'am. I have one question.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yeah, I haven't.
I didn't meet you in the morning. Very good afternoon.
No, yeah, I was there. I mean, a bunch of us, a student from Manipur University under the guideship of Sir Gambhir, Professor Gambhir.
Okay.
We are here since morning, though we are just silent. That's why.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't in the.
No, it's okay, ma'am. Yeah, I just want to ask regarding that research topic. my interest actually lies in the development of literature, and basically I belong to this one tribe community called Mar in the Northeast. So I want to do a research on the development of the literature, the grammar, and the language itself, and the role English play in that. So can we frame something that has to do with ELT as well as, like I'm a bit confused about how to fuse, like can I use ELT theories and like pure literature theories in doing that? That's my question, ma'am.
Where are you at the moment? Are you in Thailand?
No, in Fall. Actually, I'm
Fall.
in Fall. Yeah,
Okay.
starting my PhD course in Manipur University in India. I'm in India, Manipur
I
only.
know, of course, I know Manipur, of course. No, the reason I asked, your name is Hosia, is it?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Hosia, yeah. What I'll do is at the end of the session, I'll share my phone number with you since you are in India, so
Yes,
that
ma'am.
I need to properly understand the case. It will take 10-15 minutes to
Okay, thank you
understand
so much.
exactly which tribal language. I need to know what kind of work has happened. Then maybe
Yes,
we have
ma'am.
to think of whether you want to work in terms of diachronic or synchronic linguistics. You
Yes,
want
ma'am.
to
Yes, ma'am.
focus on language at one specific point of time.
Yes,
So I
ma'am.
will properly understand the case and guide you rather than giving you an answer in a hurried manner.
Okay, thank you,
That
ma'am.
okay? So
Okay, ma'am.
I won't forget, but please remind me at the end of the session. I'll give you
Okay,
an
okay.
answer. Okay. And you are most
Okay,
welcome.
ma'am.
And you are most
Yes.
welcome to come to Pune.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Any other question? Okay, I will also talk of some important resources usually for every student of ELT. Are you able to see the screen? I don't
Yes.
know. Even the right side? I don't know how to take this up now. Okay. It is Fundamental Concepts in Language Teaching. I'm sure you're aware of some of these books by H.H. Stern. You have Routledge Encyclopedia of Language Teaching. This is a very useful dictionary for anyone and everyone who carries out research in ELT, a dictionary of applied linguistics, because we need exact definitions. We need to understand the concepts well. So this is a dictionary which talks about all important notions and concepts in ELT. Then we have Dictionary of Stylistics, of course. The last one that I mentioned here, this one, Routledge Encyclopedia of Language Teaching, is another very important book for students of ELT. What they have done here is, all the important terms in ELT. For example, if you say bilingualism, you're going to find 2 or 3 pages on bilingualism. Or this morning, for example, Sitisak, who wants to work on error analysis, this dictionary will give you the exact meaning and definition of error analysis. Or Jansudha, who wants to work on pragmatic competence. In this dictionary, if you refer to the term, you will find the exact definition. Okay, so just keep these books in mind. Also, you can think and keep in mind some of these important books, especially for you, Mary. The last one, The Teaching of Literature. It's an old book, very difficult to find, but if you find it in some library, I'm sure it is here in India in some libraries, or I may have a photocopy of it. It's called The Teaching of Literature. So
Yes.
what it does is it builds up a case for why, first of all, every teacher should understand why we need to teach literature. Then it talks about the teaching of drama, poetry, and fiction. And then it also talks and says something about evaluation of literature. The last one. The first one, English Language Teaching Principles and Practice by V. Saraswati. She comes from south of India. You can see the picture of the book here. A very simple book, but a very, very reader-friendly book. So that can help you a lot. Also, Cambridge Encyclopedia of English Language and certain concepts in ELT are discussed here. Okay, now, often researchers ask this question about how many books should I refer? The only answer to that is more the merrier. There is no answer to that question. As much as you can refer to the websites, especially the theses that are written along the same area, and of course, all the important books and journals. So you have Journal of English Language Teaching, we have a Journal of Applied Linguistics, there is a journal called Modern Language Teacher. So all these journals, very famous and reputed journals in ELT, certainly you must try to procure information from them. All right. So of course, I can't be talking about all the books and the journals. The only point I'm making is to write well, let us read as much as possible. Any question on these resources?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, Mary.
I found a lot of resources on literature teaching, Professor, and journal and article. But the problem is that most of my professor teacher told me that the reference article or research work must be within the last 5 years, Professor. But my problem is I can't find the updated references on literature teaching research.
The recent ones, right?
Yes, yes.
Now, to answer that, Mary, I would say, see, even I personally feel that the material that was published, let's say even 20 years back or even 50 years back, I feel it is relevant because it is going to give us some idea. But your supervisor is right that ultimately we need to know the current trends and the modern trends, right? So some of the books and the articles that have been published in the last 5 years, I think the main source for this is going to be online journals. It's very difficult to trace the books published in the last 5 years where people have said something. But if you try to see, I'll give you one website. You can register there freely. And you will find that some teachers and some scholars have written some thoughts on how literature could be taught or what methods could be useful. I'll just type it out here for you, Mary.
Yes, Professor. One of the professor told me you should choose the title in trend, recent year. If you couldn't find the relevant references within the last 5 years, you shouldn't do this title. He advised me, and he also told me your title, literature teaching, is not related. Didn't relate to the ELT fee. It's related to education fee, so you shouldn't do literature teaching. He gave me advice, and I'm feeling sorry.
See, there are always differences of opinion. There are different points of view. So many scholars have written so much on the teaching of literature, which clearly comes under the umbrella term ELLT, English Language and Literature Teaching. Right? So yes. It's very important, Mary, not to be depressed or feeling sad with one opinion. You read a lot, you explore, you talk to different people, have your point of view. And I think that is very important technique and attitude that you have to develop as a researcher. You should feel confident that yes, just as we do teaching of language, it is important to come up with important techniques for teaching of literature. Right? So if you ask my opinion, I feel it's a very good topic.
Yes, Professor.
All right. So you can refer, or all of you, in fact, there is, you can freely log in. This again comes from Gujarat, and every Monday you will receive 8 or 10 articles on your website, on your email, which are written on ELLT. Once you become a member of ELT Weekly, the advantage is that you will be allowed to see even the back issues. So Mary, this website will allow you to see what happened in the last 5 years. And I can fully guarantee you that you're going to find at least 10 articles on teaching of literature.
Yes, Professor. Thank you.
Happy? Smile. Yes.
Happy.
Yes. Okay. And for others as well. For you too, James, it talks a lot about technology and language teaching. You will find some important and useful materials. There are some native speakers who have even uploaded their videos. And, you know, if you watch the videos, it can give you some ideas and insights on how to go about it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Any other question at this stage? Okay. Let me move ahead. And I'm going to say something on now writing of a thesis. And we have talked since this morning about how to write well, what are the characteristics of good writing, what is a good paragraph, how important it is to ensure that there is logic, there is a proper blend of words and grammar and all these. But ultimately, what all and each one of you have to do is the structure that you have to follow. Now, you know, this might slightly change from one university to another. So maybe at Buriram University, you have a little different format, but it doesn't matter. I would say generally, these are the aspects that we talk about. So you begin with a certificate where your guide and the researcher talks about the fact that nothing is plagiarized. All of you understand the meaning of plagiarism?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, that you're not going to copy things directly from anywhere. So it is a certificate, it is a declaration given by the researcher that everything that you write is original, and there is a particular format that your university will give. Then you have acknowledgements where you thank everyone who has helped you in the act and in the task of writing your dissertation. Then you have your table of contents, where you have the chapters and the sub-chapters, and of course you write your abstract. Finally, where you finish your thesis, you have bibliography, appendices, and you may even have a section. I have not put it here, but in case you feel like, there is also a section called notes. Remember this morning I said that if you want to explain a particular word, a particular term, you can put it in notes. So broadly, we say that this is the structure of writing a thesis. Now, when it comes to abstract, the first 4 parts are easy. You know the conventions of writing, that you write the chapter, the name of the chapter. So if you have chapter 1, let's say the status of English in Myanmar, then you say 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, or you might say 1.1.1, 1.1.2, right? So you have a properly designed structure for writing a thesis. Why do we write an abstract? What do we put in the abstract? Can someone tell me? What is the function of abstract? At the beginning of your thesis, even before you start writing chapter 1, you're going to write an abstract.
An abstract. The function of an abstract is to give a brief overview of the whole research, the whole thesis.
Right. So, you know, in abstract, as he rightly said, just as you write abstract for a research paper, you know, why do we write an abstract? So that, imagine that you are a researcher, you pick up a thesis, you want to identify what is the main point, what is done in this research. So if I read those 2 pages, I should be in a position to understand what the person has done. In the abstract, we never put the conclusions. Is it clear? We never write the conclusions of our thesis in abstract. So it is just to give an idea of what kind of work it is, how many chapters there are, which will tell the reader as to what has happened and what is going to come in that thesis. Okay, as a model or just as a sample, I'm going to read a small abstract of one of my students. I'm sorry, just give me a minute. Yeah. of one of my students, her research area where she worked on developing communication skill of secondary school students through the teaching of poetry. Okay, so developing communication skills through poetry. Just to give you an idea of how abstract is written, I will read parts of this abstract. I'm not going to read the entire abstract. So there is an introduction in the abstract. Communication is an amalgamation of skills that works differently in diverse contexts, and mastering it is an uphill task for many. The problem lies with the fact that many students find it difficult to communicate their thoughts lucidly and get intimidated while expressing themselves in English. To provide a working solution to this problem, this study proposes to integrate creativity and confidence for a selected target group. The aim of the present research is to develop communication skills of secondary school students through the teaching of poetry. Literature refines one's senses, and poetry makes one feel like a sentient being by giving a perspective to think and express with the medium of language. Teaching language or literature is not like solving mathematical formula or scientific equation. In the context of teaching poetry to teenagers, the classes cannot fall flat due to the lack of verve and vitality. Therefore, the theory of multiple intelligences has been used as a philosophy in poetry class to allow free flow of communication. The first chapter, entitled "The Teaching of Language and Literature in India," includes the changing patterns in English language teaching in India, the everyday problems in Indian classrooms, and the level of receiving literature, and the need for an eclectic approach. The second chapter, entitled "Literature Review," analyzes data collected on topics like doing language through literature, teaching poetry in general, teaching poetry to secondary school students, etc. Chapter 3, entitled "Developing Communication Skills of Secondary School Students Through the Teaching of Poetry," is the main chapter of this study. You should always write this in abstract. It's the core chapter. It's the main chapter of the study. It primarily focuses on providing a working model of selected poems for secondary school learners and analyzing the attitudinal change of the target group. Chapter 4, Pedagogical Implications of the Study, tries to tap the need for a new method in poetry teaching and gives recommendations for teacher. The chapter also tries to envisage a paradigm shift in the communicative style of teaching poetry. The fifth chapter, dedicated to conclusions, projects the main findings of the study with one of the crucial observations that language and literature teaching in India have not led to a satisfactory development of the communicative capacity of students. Schools are like a subculture in India, and therefore policymaking with regard to developing communication skills needs a refashioning for productive decisions to come up in the context. I won't read the entire part, but I hope that this gives you an understanding of how abstract is to be written. And I think this was a good sample of academic writing, right? So, simple words like entitled, it envisages, it presents conclusions of the study and scope for further research. So this abstract is going to give us an idea of what has actually happened in that thesis. All right, so abstract, you might write it in 2 pages, but you need to understand that you actually have to work very hard to write those 2 pages because they have to be written in a very interesting way so that people feel like reading our research. Sometimes we read the first paragraph of a news item in a newspaper. If that is not written well, we don't read the news. Do you agree with me? You know, the first impression, abstract is the beginning of your thesis. So work hard on it when you write your thesis. Any question on this slide?
Professor?
Yes, James.
In India, do you limit the length of an abstract? Maybe 1 page or?
We don't limit. I mean, we have not stated it as a norm, but normally we do not write anything beyond 3 to 4 pages. All right.
Is it different in Thailand? Yes, in Thailand, we allow only 1 or 2 pages.
Yes. Yeah. So when I wrote my thesis, it is also 2 pages. So 2 pages is, even I feel it's a good document. So 2 can become 3, but 2 cannot become 20, right? So it has to be moderate. It has to be precise. Okay. Anything that you want to ask about chapters, sub-chapters, bibliography, abstract? Okay. In the actual process of writing, okay, now when you begin writing, I would say that all of you are essentially, you're going to write your rough draft. What you have to remember also is what we call as the principles of cohesion and coherence in your thesis. Sitisak, are you there? Is he there? Okay. Is Kwan there?
Yes.
Kwan, do you know the difference between these 2 words, cohesion and coherence?
Cohesion. Cohesion is like the individual part that that represents the whole, I think, and the coherent is like it has to go along with each other, like go in the same directions.
Yeah, see, the prefix co actually means together. So the meaning of together is there both in the words cohesion and coherence. But my question is, how are they different? How is cohesion different from coherence?
Oh, how is it different? Not so sure.
Okay,
the
okay, no
difference.
problem.
Sorry.
No problem. Would someone like to answer?
Let me try, Professor.
Yeah.
Okay. Both of them. Both of them slightly mean quite the same thing. Yes, it's kind of a connection. Yes, connection. But one word, okay, means the connection between each sentence. Okay, the first sentence and the next sentence connect to the next and next sentences. The other one is the connection between paragraph. First paragraph connected to the second is connected to the third one. But maybe I get mixed of them. Maybe let me try. Coherence is connection inside the paragraph itself. It is connection between sentences. And cohesion is connection between paragraph. Maybe I swap them.
To a certain extent, you are right, but you are not completely correct. So it needs a little modification. Yes, Vipaphone, you know what is cohesion?
To my knowledge, I think when we talk about cohesion or coherence, it means it's the relevance. That's like a gem that's is relate from paragraph to paragraph, or we can use the verse, the academic verse, to make it like a smooth it's a relate or relevance with each other and beautiful word like this. That's all for me.
Okay, I think I will answer it, and let me try answering it in a simple manner for you. When we talk of cohesion, basically we are talking about the grammatical links. And when we talk of coherence, basically we have to keep in mind the semantic links. You know, this is a simple way to understand it. For example, if I say language acquisition is a very important area of research, language acquisition means acquiring language, the first language. It refers to the use of first language. It is acquired early in life. Now I'm using the preposition it to refer to acquisition, right? This is a grammatical link. Yeah. If I say James, Yutachak James is a scholar in ELT. He has done a lot of work in ELT. There is a connection between James and he. This is cohesion. This is a grammatical link. All right. But when we talk of semantic links, for example, even if you are going to make 5 chapters in your thesis, it should all read as one discourse, as one unit, like a story. We have to move from one point to another. We have to make it interesting for the reader. So there cannot be a contradiction in chapter 1 and chapter 3. For example, one of my statements in chapter 1 says that teachers are not able to teach well in the Indian context in some situations because of the large classroom size. Okay. In my next chapter somewhere, I contradict this statement. Now we say I'm violating the principle of coherence, right? This is not consistent in terms of meaning. So as students or at PhD level, we will have to keep in mind both these principles, the principle of cohesion and the principle of coherence. The meanings should be connected to each other properly. I won't say, as James, you said, it's not just about the same paragraph, but the entire thesis as a whole. Yeah, do you all understand these 2 words now, everyone?
Yes,
Yes, yes, clear, clear.
Yeah, good.
Thank you.
So, yeah, welcome. So we have already talked about making proper paragraphs. I would say you need to follow the conventions of writing a quotation very well. Now, as you know, we have different style sheets, and you have the MLA style sheet and so on. Follow it consistently. You know, if you make a little modification, that is all right. But then it is very important that we follow the conventions of writing very well. For example, just to give you one example. Use this. You know, if I'm writing a bibliography, I begin with a surname. So the name is David Crystal. So I take the surname, I say Crystal, comma, D full stop. I'm just writing any example. This is not the true reference. So let's imagine he published a book in 2005. I put a comma. I write the title of the book in capitals. Again, there is a comma. I write the name of the press, let's say Cambridge University Press. And then the place where it is published. Now, if you are writing a quote in your main thesis, always remember that you have to write the page number after the quotation. You can't just be writing the quote. Okay. So the convention is that if you have written a quotation from David Crystal's book, wherever your quotation ends, you have given a full stop, for example, in bracket, you say page 11. So what you are indicating is that you refer to Crystal's book. You have taken that quotation from the book published in 2005, and the quotation is on page number 11. So it is very, very important that to write a good research or a good article, we provide all the bibliographical details correctly. Now, if you are referring to a particular article written by a scholar, let's imagine Crystal wrote this book, but Mary has written one article in this book. Sounds nice, right, Mary? As an example,
Sorry.
I said it sounds nice that your article is published in Crystal's book. I said I'm giving an example, but if you write an article and it gets published in David Crystal's book, we would now say Mary 2005. We will write the article, the title of Mary's article, and then say in David Crystal's book, edited English as a global language, right? So there are, as you know, conventions and rules of how you write a bibliographical entry. So what I'm simply saying is that let us follow all these conventions very neatly. Is it clear, everyone?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, yes, Professor.
Right. So these are some of the norms of writing a quotation. Avoid using embedded clauses and very complex structures. This would be my suggestion. It's not that it would be wrong if you write complex sentences, but you can avoid your errors if they are not, clause within a clause. What is embedded clause? That you have really long structures and complex sentences. So you can avoid making use of embedded clauses and very, very complex structures. Make use of proper diagrams if necessary, especially in research in ELT. This is very important because at times we give a statistical representation, right? So you are going to have your pre-test, post-test, you are going to compare the scores, and in such a situation, we always provide some diagrams. Just to show you one sample, we also at times provide such kind of diagrams, what are known as pie charts. I hope you're able to see it. Can you see this diagram?
Yes,
yeah. So this is analysis of one question, and you show it with a pie chart. How many people said yes? How many people said no? So rather than writing it in a paragraph format, you can give your analysis with the help of pie charts, with the help of graphs, with the help of diagrams, which will make your thesis, read well for the readers. So in any research in ELT, please remember that, or in most research in ELT, this notion of a pre-test, or what is called as a diagnostic test, and post-test, what can be called as achievement test. This is quite common in any area of research with reference to ELT. So you can begin wherever the learners are, you train them in something, and then you have your achievement test. In between, in your thesis, you present it in the form of a diagram, a chart, a flow chart, a graph, a pie diagram to indicate the difference between these two scores. For example, if Mary happens to work in something like developing word power through short story, what you can do, Mary, is you conduct a diagnostic test. Imagine you do this with 200 students, for example. So you are going to write the names of 200 students. How is their vocabulary? You are going to give them a diagnostic test and write the score. Okay, this becomes your pre-test. Now you come to your main research. You're going to use short story as a model to develop their word power. So you develop a methodology, you teach. And at the end of the session, you again will conduct a post-test, an achievement test. For example, if there is one student, let's say her name is Suvicha. Suvicha scored 5 on 20 in pre-test. Now you taught her, her vocabulary developed, in post-test Suvicha scored 17 on 20. This is authentic research. This tells us that your methodology has worked and you present it in the form of a diagram. So for many areas in ELT, this can work. Sitisak, who talked about writing. Sitisak, are you here?
Yes, Professor, I'm here.
Yeah, I think this will be very useful in your research also, conducting a pre-test and a post-test. Check on how they write, because you talked about error analysis, what kind of errors they are committing in the pre-test phase. You develop a methodology to improve their writing skill, and to check whether they have improved, you conduct achievement tests and again give scores and marks to them.
Yes, yes,
clear?
Professor.
So, this can make your study more interesting. So it depends on the topic, but I think wherever it is possible, you must certainly go for the pre-test and the post-test. All right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We have already to some extent talked about the importance of planning and organization in the morning. Remember when I asked you to write a paragraph. So make your points very clear, see to it that there is a proper development of ideas. And as I said in the morning, there has to be appropriate beginning, middle, and end to your entire thesis. Now, I'm not talking about one single paragraph. The task is challenging. Writing thesis is an art because we have to plan and organize everything from abstract to the end of the thesis extremely well. Okay. So while you get involved in preparing a draft, some of the points that I want to focus on probably after the break. James, do we have to take a break right now?
Yes, Professor, it's a proper time.
Yeah.
Yes, but maybe you can continue to finish this slide.
Yeah, I think I'll just finish this slide. I think these are some of the important ideas where you read after you complete your dissertation writing. It's important that first of all, you read what you have written. I often tell my students, they are in a hurry to submit the document to me. But then if the researcher reads it correctly or properly, the supervisor will have a less load and supervisors will appreciate that. So you read your thesis, read it very critically. Read your thesis as if it's not yours. You will find mistakes. All right. So do a very meticulous reading. Step 2, please show it to your friend. So if E is going to submit her research document to her supervisor, E can request Mary to go through the draft or to any of her friends, and this is going to be very useful. Ask a research student to read it, make modifications and rewrite. I don't think we are expected to write a very neat and complete thesis right in the first go. It's a journey, it's a process. Let us enjoy it, let us modify, let us revise. Of course, we need to proofread and edit it very well. Proofreading is extremely important, that even if we have written it well, just before the submission, you might realize that one of the spellings is wrong. So our attitude should be such where we say that I don't want to commit any errors. Our thesis should be error-free. And then, of course, the last stage would be where you make changes as per the suggestions given by your supervisor. So you can see that this journey is a long one. But I believe that if we follow these techniques in writing, if we read it carefully, if we read it critically, if we ask our peers to read it, then we make modifications, then there is proofreading, editing, transformation. I think it is a great experience to see how my thesis looked at the beginning as a rough draft and how my thesis looks now as a final draft. Right? And for each one of us, then it will prove to be a learning experience. All right. In the last session, I will say something little about this slide too, and then I will move ahead. So you can have a cup of tea. I will have my lunch and we will meet in 15 minutes. Yeah, Mary, what's the break time? 15 minutes or 20 minutes or what?
Okay, yes, 15 minutes is okay, Professor.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so keep your questions ready since this will be the last session for an hour. I will be focusing more now on your area of research, what you told me in the morning, and related to writing. That's the plan for the last session. But before I do that, whatever questions you have, you're most welcome to ask me. All right? Okay then.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That the first session in this afternoon. Okay, now it's time to take a 15-minute break. Then prepare your question and we'll come back. Enjoy the break.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Have your lunch.
Are you happy now?
Yes, I'm happy now, Professor.
Okay, your process may be very clear today from Professor Madhuri. She
Yes.
is very expert in our aspect of ELT. Right?
Yes, in literature teaching, especially in literature. I think mostly don't agree and don't interested in literature.
But I'm also interested in Indian literature. We have learned, a lot from Indian cultures and Indian literature, especially the Ramayana.
Yes.
Okay.
Many part of Ramayana.
I think literature can give a lot of language skill and life skill, but the problem is we teachers don't have enough knowledge and approaches and innovative approaches and methods and time and the negative perception of students and teachers on literature. if we teachers can make the student interested in literature teaching, we can make to develop their daily life. In their daily life, they will be very useful to imitate the character, for example. And there are so many things to get from literature teaching. For example, culture. I'm very interested in literature, but I have no idea how to make innovative, to make a research.
Today, you made very clear today.
Yeah.
You get very big encouragement from Professor Madhuri.
Yes, Professor.
You get the blackness today, right?
Yes, I found a lot of reference, but not the last 5 years my program is. So I'm worried for that. But our professor told me she can help me.
Try get her number. I think Professor Madhuri, she used WhatsApp. she have no Facebook and communicate her by email.
Yes, Professor.
WhatsApp, you can apply for WhatsApp to talk to her directly.
Yes, Professor.
Ajahn Marvin, are you happy today? I don't hear you often.
Yes, it's noisy. It's noisy.
That's why you have to keep yourself quiet.
Welcome back, our professor.
Welcome, welcome. Hello, hello, Kampi. The
Yes,
dean,
ma'am.
the dean is free. He's managing.
Dean's coming also. Dr. Eki with us, and I also.
Yes. My daughter wants to say hello to all of you. So come. She has been patient. Now this is the last session. She wants to be in Thailand. So
Hello.
Yes, I just got
Hello.
back. I just got back.
Hello.
I just
Hello,
arrived
dear.
in my hotel. Yes, very nice. Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
How old is she now?
Yeah, she will tell you. Tell them your name
us.
and your school and class.
My name is Manva. I am 8 years old.
So she's in 2nd standard.
I see.
Her name is Manwa.
Manwa. How old are you once again, please?
She is 8 years old.
8 years old. Wow, you're bigger than your age. I think you are 10 or 11 years old. Are you planning to study in Thailand sooner in the future? Yeah, we all are welcoming you to study and staying with us in Thailand. Welcome to Thailand, all right? If you are available, we are very pleased to welcome you and your mothers to visit us in Thailand. Yes, good. So, but firstly, I would recommend you to study Thai. All right, to study Thai because some of Thai people, they cannot speak English. So that's why you
at the moment we start at Sawadikap and also finish at Sawadikap because we don't know anything.
Dr. Kampi can teach her, how to speak Thai. Good.
Sure. Dr. Kampi was a regular visitor at our house, but now he left for Thailand, so we don't meet.
I see.
All right. Okay. So I hope you are refreshed. Basically, I have kept this session to answer all or any of your questions related to ELT. If you have any questions before, just one sec.
So I would like to hear at least one question from raised by 9 of you. One of 9 of you, maybe. Anyone would like to ask questions? Yes.
Okay. On the slide, there's the steps in the writing process. Okay, for your experience, okay, among your students, okay, which step is ignored or missed by your students most?
In fact, all the stages or many of the stages, unfortunately, because there is this tendency to write and hurriedly submit to the supervisor, which, probably it's a very natural thing to happen that as a researcher, we are engaged in writing something and we have written it n number of times that we forget to read it at the end. So we don't do critical reading. In most cases, we don't show it to our friends or some fellow researchers. And naturally, my experience tells me that as a supervisor, actually my job should be to assist my student more with the content. But then I land up correcting spelling errors, I land up correcting grammatical errors because that is not taken care of. In many cases, I tell my students that if you reread it and if you properly critically read it, you yourself will realize the errors. So I think, James, we have to be a little patient with ourselves, if I can say that. And, this is an excellent group. In fact, some 9 or 10 of you. And something that I often suggest to my students, I will suggest to you as well. For example, imagine that Vipaphon, who wants to work on reading as a skill. We also have Kwan, who wants to do and work on critical reading skill. Now, in both these cases, their areas are coming together, right? They're not going to work exactly on the same topic. So if Vipaphon and Kwan, if they visit the libraries together, they can start locating and finding materials for each other. So I think a lot of peer work should happen. Unfortunately, at many universities, we have not done a very good job in this direction. Our work can be minimized this way. Or for example, we have E, who said something about developing effective teaching methods for youth participation. We have Mary, who wants to do something with the teaching of literature and enhancing language abilities. We also have Jansuda, who wants to develop pragmatic competence. And it is possible that she also selects certain literary texts to enhance pragmatic competence. So all three can come together. They can visit the libraries, they can write drafts, they can share the draft with each other. And I think that can be and should be a very healthy practice. So I hope Buriram Rajabhat University students set a model for everyone by doing so. All right, James, have I answered your question?
Okay, yes.
Yes.
Professor.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one, please. Okay. When you ask your students to show their work to their friends for peer review, okay, how do they feel? They feel shy or they feel proud to show their work to their peers?
Okay, see, usually it is always mutual. Let's imagine a situation where Dr. Kampi is a research supervisor, you are a PhD student and I am a PhD student. Let's imagine we are working on completely different areas, but our supervisor is the same, Dr. Kampi. If you are working on technology and language, and if I'm working on child language acquisition, our topics are completely different, right? We are not really sharing anything in terms of topic. But the commonality, the similarity is that you also hold a master's degree in English. I also hold the same degree. We are on par as far as what we are pursuing is concerned. So when you give me your thesis to read, I'm also going to give my thesis to you. So I think it's not about being shy or anything. I think we start understanding the utility value of doing this. Because as I said, 3 to 4 years or even sometimes 5 years, people have taken sometimes 7 and 9 years also to complete their PhD. You don't do that, certainly. You try to finish it in 3 to 4 years. But I think if we do it in a methodical way, we realize that this kind of reciprocal understanding, give and take, can help us a lot, because then, if many things are taken care of, the supervisor can evaluate that and supervise more on the level of content. But with some of my students, I find that there needs a lot of correction at the level of language, which becomes kind of time consuming. So James, it's not really about, I don't see any reason here why one should feel shy or diffident. One has to enhance that confidence, and we all have to make that journey together and walk together.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, Professor.
Yes.
Both of your answers and encouragement.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Any other question or questions? Please feel free. This is the last session. You must be tired listening to me. Are you?
Let me ask any question.
Yes, sure, Vipapon.
Because now I'm in the car because I pick my son. Okay, Professor, I wondered as if I interested in reading skill. So if I use I want to use metacognitive, the effect of metacognitive to develop or to improve reading comprehension for grade 11 student like this. Can I?
Yes, of course you can. I suggest Vipapom. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? I hope so.
Yes, very well. Vipapon, okay. That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right.
Yes.
What I suggest is that you should read, and you can start reading. I'll just mention the name of the theory for you. One sec. There is something called Bloom's taxonomy of learning.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And here he gives you the 3 levels and the 3 models of how you need to start at a particular domain. And lastly, you will move on to what is called as the psychomotor skill or the psychomotor domain. Right? So you start with the cognitive ability, the affective model, the psychomotor model. So I think if you try to apply the metacognitive model at the level of learning, keeping in mind the verbs that Bloom talks about in the last column, I think that will be very useful, very interesting. There is a lot of work that has happened and taken in the area of reading, but this will be a new dimension to the reading skill.
Thank you, Professor.
So I look forward to reading your thesis where you have applied metacognitive approach. Right? I will come to Thailand and visit your school and see how your students are reading.
Wow, really good. I hope. I'm looking forward.
Yes,
yeah,
sure.
I'm looking forward. My school is very quite big. My school, yeah, there are many. There are students around 3,000 students. Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. That's very nice.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor.
Maybe you will be the principal of the school by the time I reach Thailand after COVID-19. I think we have to all wait to travel.
I think now she's bigger than the principal, Argentine, I think. So you can stay at her big house compound as well, very big in the house, free.
For free, yeah.
Everything's free.
Yeah.
Professor,
Yes.
Madhuri, yeah.
My pleasure, my pleasure. I'm looking forward.
Sure. So you are back from you were attending a wedding ceremony, I heard. Yeah. Okay. Any other question?
Next participant, please.
Of course, I have your topics of research here. So now everything that we have said, how you are going to relate it to your domain, to your topic that you have identified. I think that is an important notion. So I'll spend some time with the topics that you have suggested vis-a-vis the writing skill. But any other question, anything that you want to ask, any aspect that I did not touch upon, but you want me to cover? Mary, I hope I have answered all your questions related to teaching of literature.
Yes, Professor.
So you have
I got a lot of knowledge today and I'm very happy today.
Because I think you have almost finalized your topic and that's good.
Yes, Professor.
Just for you, and of course, only one student, I think she's interested in teaching of literature. Just as I suggested, I'm just giving you ideas because still you need to kind of frame your topic properly and polish it. So just as I suggested that basically with your topic, we are talking about, we are talking about language as a resource, So, whatever I could understand by talking to you, I think this is the area in which you want to work. Literature as a resource for enhancing linguistic skills. What you need to do, Mary, is when you say now literature, remember you asked me the question in the morning session, the first one, whether you should call it literature and cover up all the different genres of literature, poetry, drama, fiction. My suggestion would be don't do that. It is very important, remember, as research students, that you narrow down your topic. Right now, it is fine if you're broadly thinking of literature. Okay, yes. But ultimately, when you arrive at the phase where each one of you would give a title to your thesis, please ensure that it is a narrowed down version. So how do we start? How do we go about it? We broadly think of the area, just as Mary has thought of literature as a resource for enhancing linguistic skills. Step 2, you start thinking of which genre you want to choose, whether you want to stick to poetry, drama, or fiction. For just as an example, if you decide to stick to poetry, and you want to do something with reference to the teaching of poetry, or you want to use poetry as a resource, maybe to develop word power, right? To develop creative abilities, whatever we want to do. So it is very important that you decide the genre when it comes to literature. Also, I would say it is important to narrow down the scope when you say linguistic skills. Now, linguistic competence includes many things, right? So it could be phonetic skills. It could be word power. It could be grammatical skills, right? So we cannot develop all this in one research. Let us not be too ambitious, okay? So let us focus on a particular area. So once we have decided poetry, you can take a call on whether you want to develop students' phonetic skills or vocabulary or grammar through the teaching of literature. In fact, it is even possible to break this further. Phonetic skills is also a very broad domain. For example, if you decide to work on the learner's intonation, you just want to teach them intonation. You want to work on their word stress pattern. You are again narrowing it down. If you want to teach collocations, which is related to word power, because if you say in your PhD thesis, you want to develop vocabulary, you will have to teach them synonyms, antonyms, lexical sets, collocations, idioms. That again might be too much, right? Now, collocations, as you can imagine, is a very important area of language. And many students in the second and foreign language situation, they don't understand how to use the collocations because this needs a lot of exposure to language. So it is also possible if you say teaching collocations through short stories. It is a very neatly designed topic, neatly designed title. Or under grammatical skills, for example, if you just want to focus on tenses, now you have even narrowed down the notion of grammatical skills. All right. So you can choose and you are free to choose anything in case you want to apply a particular method of language teaching. For example, there is a method of language teaching called community language learning, which is a group-based method where you divide your learners in different groups So each group operates as a community. Right now, we all understand the meaning of the word community. In a family, in a community, there is always a sense of belongingness. You try to make your learners comfortable. So if you say, for example, the teaching of one-act plays by adopting community language learning model, it is very well designed. Now I have broken it into sub parts, and finally I have arrived at my area. So I have shown this example to each one of you. Actually, I have all your topics written here, and it would be very nice that once you finish your coursework and when you start writing your thesis, each one of you should properly work in breaking and arriving at a suitable title where the scope of your research should not be too vast. This kind of research is more rewarding than saying, let's say, short stories for teaching literature, literature for enhancing grammatical competence, because by literature, the scope is vast. When I say grammatical competence, the scope is also vast. Instead of that, if I say use of poetry to teach or to develop students' intonation, or if I say use of one-act plays or use of drama to develop students' understanding of collocations, then I have narrowed down my topic. Have I answered your question, Mary? This was a question that you asked in the morning as to whether it would be fine or whether you need to narrow it down. So the answer to your question is you need to narrow it down.
Yes, Professor. For true short story, through teaching short story, what area is the most suitable, Professor?
Well, there could be, there are different options. It's very difficult to say which one would be more suitable or which one would be the best, because it will also depend on how you are as a researcher and what skills do you have as a researcher. So I will try to answer the question, and maybe that will give you some idea or at least some options of what you can do with a short story.
Yes, Professor.
So if we say something like teaching of now at school level or with very young learners, this can work, that you want to teach them short stories, but there are some learners who are who have visual spatial intelligence. They may not have linguistic competence, but they have visual spatial competence. So when they look at something, they learn faster. So if you want to teach literature through the use of pictures, you will have to convert several short stories in the form of pictures, elicit their response, and see how they respond. Another possibility is, let's say, if I say developing vocabulary or word power through short stories. Now, again, you can define exactly what do you mean by word power if you wish to. Even if you have this exact title and if you want to work with synonymy, antonymy, collocations, you can cover these three areas also at PhD level. So what are you going to do? You will select 15 or 20 short stories. You will have to create a curriculum and a model for your learners and build up a case of how short stories provide a very rich environment and context for effective grasping of words. Right? So, that could be very, very important. In case you want to do something like this could be another completely different area where you're going to try out different techniques. And I think there was someone, E. Moncho, who talked about youth participation. Is she here? Ye?
Yes. Empowering youth participation.
Yes, I think this is also one area where if you integrate theory of multiple intelligences, you can increase the participation of the learners in the class, keep them mentally occupied, And as a teacher, you develop a technique to do things in many diverse ways. Are you all aware of the theory of multiple intelligences? Have you studied this in detail? You know the different types of intelligences?
Not yet, Professor.
Not yet. Okay. Very briefly, I'll just tell you something about this, because if I talk a little on this, this is going to be useful to Mary. This will be useful to E. This will also be useful to Sitisak, who is going to teach writing, because this will help you to understand how writing can be taught in many different ways. This is also going to be useful for Vipakon and Kwan, who would be teaching reading skills. So I think let me spend 5 minutes talking on this theory of multiple intelligences. There is this linguist named Howard Gardner, who talked about this theory for the first time. And what does he claim? He claims that every learner is different. He claims that every learner is unique, and every learner learns in a different way. Okay. Now, if this is true, if every learner learns in a different way, it goes without saying that we as teachers should have a lot of methods in our baggage to teach in a fruitful manner. So in one of his first books, he wrote this book in 1983 called Frames of Mind. And in this book, he talks about different types of intelligences that the learners have. So there is something called okay. Now, if you look at this model, you can see that, and in the recent times, if you still read more on psycholinguistics and combination of psychology and language, you will see that, in fact, the number of intelligences are more. There is something called natural intelligence also. One can learn in the company of nature as well. So learners with linguistic intelligence are very good at words, at using language. There are some learners in our class who have logical mathematical intelligence. What do you think such learners can do well? They are good at what? Can you tell me? People who have logical mathematical intelligence, they are good at which skill? What is it that they can do? Just as students with linguistic intelligence can use language well, students with logical mathematical intelligence, what can they do? They are good in maths, meaning they can see patterns, they can analyze. Okay, they have good analytical skill. So as a teacher, if you present something before them as a puzzle, they like to do it. As students of ELT, all of you know the difference between the deductive approach and the inductive approach.
Yes.
Yes. Have you heard of these terms? Yes.
Yes.
Can you tell me? Yes. E, can you tell me what is the difference? Deductive approach and inductive approach. What is the difference?
Yes, Professor. Deductive means we follow the rules. We first introduce the rules, and according to the rules, we teach our students. Inductive means from reading or from the paragraph or from the text, we formulate the pattern of grammar or something like this, Professor.
Right, excellent, very good answer. So in inductive approach, we move from example to rule. In deductive, we always give the rule first, right? So if I say the rule of present continuous tense is be plus ing. I'm giving the rule. Am is are plus verb ing. I'm giving the rule. This is deductive approach. But what is inductive approach? I give my learners 3 sentences. I say, E is eating a banana. Mary is watching television. Pipapon is driving a car. And I say, what is common in all these sentences? My learners say that everywhere we have verb ing. My learners say in all these sentences, I see be, the main verb be. Now this is inductive approach. So learners in your class who have logical mathematical intelligence, they can see the patterns, they can derive and elicit the patterns. Okay. Then you have learners with visual spatial intelligence. I have already talked about this. Such learners can actually see something, they can watch a video and they can do things in a better way through pictures, as I suggested to Mary. Then there are learners with kinesthetic intelligence. Learners with kinesthetic intelligence, they learn best through actions. So ask them to role play, visit a particular place, they will enjoy this and they do a better job. Interpersonal intelligence are people who have social skills and they like to gel with each other. So if you encourage collaborative learning, students with interpersonal intelligence will have a better take. Then there are certain learners with intrapersonal intelligence. Intrapersonal means, any idea what's the difference between interpersonal and intrapersonal? Yeah.
Yes, Professor.
Yes, Sitasek.
In intrapersonal and interpersonal, right? I think intrapersonal is the thought inside a individual person. They think by themselves, by himself or herself. But interpersonal is like the more than two people. Yeah, they communicate together.
Right. So, both are important in life. I would say that we must learn the social skills and how to socialize. So that is interpersonal. Intrapersonal basically is the reflective capacity. We can introspect and some learners can think to themselves and produce an answer. Now, what is very important in the topics that are suggested by Mary, even by James, who talked about technology and language, or even Sitisak, Jansuda, then Omar, E, Kwan, I would say all of you will have to design certain strategies where you are channelizing these different types of intelligences. Let me give you an example. Mary, if you happen to work on developing word power through short stories. Okay. Now your job as a teacher of English is that you will read a short story and you will analyze language of the story. But all your students don't have excellent command over English. All right. So what do you do? What do you do? You, for example, present the story in the form of a picture. You show them the picture. Your students who have visual spatial intelligence, it will help the learners to understand the story in a better way, right? For example, Sitisak, because you want to work on the teaching of writing, we often talk about the controlled composition, and then we move on to free composition. Do you know, Sitisak, the concept of controlled composition?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah, so where we give a model to the learners, we should not ask them to write an essay directly, but let us show them something. So you as a teacher or Sitisak as a professor is going to show them a model. So when they look at this language, when they look at the structure, that will help them to write well. So even in the teaching of writing, I think, I think you should encourage also collaborative writing first. It's like music, people learn to sing in chorus and then they can sing individually. So let us not frighten them with the process of writing. So I think you can begin a lot with interpersonal intelligence, collaborative learning, community language teaching, task-based language learning method, and then ensure that each learner writes independently.
Oh, I see,
right?
Professor. Yes.
Coming back to you, Mary, there are certain learners who have kinesthetic intelligence. They learn a lot through action. So imagine that you have taken a short story like The Golden Necklace by Guy de Maupassant. Now you ask your learners to perform short story. Normally students only perform plays, but certain short stories can also be performed. And those of your students who have a good kinesthetic intelligence, they will do a very good job. What I'm trying to say is that for kinesthetic learners, action should become a way to learn language. For musical intelligence students, music should become a way to learn language. So what this theory says is that as teachers, if we understand the psychology of the learners, if we try to get inputs and insights into how they are as learners, what different skills do they possess, this is going to make our classes very, very interesting. So coming back to E, who talked about youth participation, I think to encourage your learners to participate and remain mentally active and engaged in the class, you can make use of these intelligences. Yeah, Yi, do you think it would be possible for you to do this? Yeah, E?
Simuncho.
Yeah,
Yes.
Moncho. Yeah. Do you think this can? Do you think, Moncho, does this can become a way for you to increase youth participation?
Yes. Youth participation through practicing global citizenship education.
Right. So you can keep this theory in mind because I think it is going to be useful for many of you. All right. So, normally a teacher of English or ELT experts only thinks from the language point of view. Instead of that, we can channelize other types of intelligences to ensure that we are teaching them language well. Is it clear?
Yes, Professor.
Yeah. Mary, I think this will interest you once you arrive at a topic and design your title. Somehow in your topic related to teaching of literature, I think certainly you will find this useful.
Yes, Professor. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Professor. Thank you.
Okay. Any other question?
Any question, please?
Yes, Professor. May I ask one more question, please?
Sure, sure.
If we do the research about the teaching approach, can we do, okay, number one, investigate only one approach? Yes, only one approach. Or number two, can we do the integrated approach? Which one is recommend for the PhD? Thank you.
Both are fine to answer your question, but see, the treatment of both these topics will vary. Now, for example, if you stick to one such approach, right, you will have to give the history of that approach, who is the linguist who talked about it, the model, right? You'll have to present that model, which will be available in different books. So process writing or whatever approach you want to choose. What I feel is that rather than just sticking to the theory part of it, even if you select one approach, it is fine. If you are convinced as a researcher that this approach will help my learners to enhance their writing skill, and only that one approach will be able to do that, if you feel so, I would suggest that you can still then stick to one approach, but please go for the pre-test and the post-test model, which will make it very clear and explicit as to where did these learners stand at the beginning and how your research has brought a lot of transformation by implementing this approach at the practical level. Do you get me? So a lot of people might have said a lot of things about that approach, but then probably very few researchers have tried it at the practical level, which you are going to do. So that's fine. And then if you show the utility of a particular approach, that's fantastic. That will be good research. Another possibility is that you take up, as you said rightly, that you are going to integrate different approaches and you come up with something new, right? I think, Sitisak, that this will be also a valuable contribution to research, because this will be like taking the best out of all methods or out of different approaches. But this is a novel way because it will be your way of teaching writing. Do you get my point?
Yes.
If you adopt only one approach, let's imagine it is given by X linguist, we say, okay, this is given by X linguist. What has Sitisak shown? He has shown how to integrate that approach at the practical level. If you combine elements, different elements, and create your own model, this is more difficult research. I hope you understand that. The second one, the first one is relatively easy. Second one is more difficult. But if you create that model, in years to come, that becomes Sitisak's model. If I write an article on writing few years later, I'm going to quote you. I'm going to write your names. It is Sitisak's model, because till then nobody had thought about this model of writing.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, so you have to decide how famous do you want to become, right?
Yes.
So
I see now. So I will, okay, I should learn more. Yeah, and I will choose option 1 or option 2. Anyway,
yeah.
I will learn more about it. Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, so sometimes the term is a broader term. For example, the term, for example, if I say the cognitivistic approach, and this whole approach which focuses on the centrality of the student, the centrality of the learner. We say that learning is not a matter of habit formation, but it is a matter of insight formation. We design different tasks. We encourage the learner to form hypotheses. Cognitivistic approach says that if you commit errors in the class as a learner, that's perfectly all right, because errors are a sign of learning. So it is possible that broadly we are going to adopt a particular approach, but then we are also going to take tits and bits from here and there, combine different approaches. And as I said, you come up with your own model, which is a more rewarding kind of research. So I look forward to reading your model on writing. Okay, Sitisak?
Yes,
and if you happen to visit India, have you ever visited India?
Not yet, but I would like to, Professor.
Sure, I hope you do. We have a very renowned university and library in south of India. It is called English and Foreign Language University at Hyderabad.
But I usually ask the lecturers here to tell me about the culture and what they do in India when they have been there, because I'm interested.
So do come. You're most welcome. And in fact, I'm saying this not to Sitisak, to all of you. While you are here, or even before you plan your journey, if you need any help, you're most welcome. I will share my email ID and number.
Yes, thank you, Professor.
But what I was saying is, in case Sitisak, any of your friends, for example, happens to visit IFLU, nowadays, because when I visited IFLU, I saw at least 4 or 5 very good theses on writing at the PhD level. So this can help your literature review, all right? And the university also allows you to take the thesis on pen drive. So in case you have some Thai friends there, or even Indian friends for that matter, you can request them. And I think that though a lot of work has happened, I'm also giving you additional possibility to think. that you can even think of how to evaluate writing. You know, the way we set our question papers, and feedback is a very important part related to writing skill, which at least in India, I would say it's kind of ignored, because we have large classes. Like in my own college, I teach a paper called doing language through literature, and I have 162 students in one class, in one single class. So, the problems are many. So how I should evaluate their writing skill, what needs to be done? So you can also think of this aspect, the aspect of evaluation.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
I will straight away. Yeah. Yes.
Please, Professor, could I ask some question?
Sure, sure.
Okay, according to your presentation, you mentioned about Ajahn Sitisak and Ajahn Yutisak's writing skills, right? So we have to encourage the learner to see the model of paragraph writing first, and then let them write the paragraph writing later on. So my question is that the model paragraph that we show to students to help them follow the pattern, it should be written by native speaker or non-native speaker.
All right. Okay, I'll answer this question. Okay. Okay, let me just type 3 words and I will answer your question. Who asked this question? Was it Kwan?
I am a participant.
Yeah,
I'm
what's
very
your
interested in your. Okay, my name is Nuni.
Nuni. Okay. I'm sorry, Nuni. I think I forgot to ask you to introduce yourself in the morning, but I'm happy that you are here, and I hope that you have enjoyed the session too. All right, so Nuni, the thing is that in the process of writing, as you said, is it mandatory that we show the samples from the native speakers' usage? Now, every native speaker, do you agree with me? He or she may not write well. Are you with me in this argument?
Yes.
Yeah, Nuni. What do you do? Are you a teacher at a school or college level?
I'm a teacher at a college.
Right.
Teacher. Yes.
Yeah. So I would say that if I was a teacher teaching if my first language is Thai and I'm teaching in Thailand, I communicate, I speak very well, but that is not really a guarantee to the fact that I write extremely well, right? So I first of all would say that about writing, this is a matter of training. Now, all of us are teaching English. You are teaching in Thailand, I'm teaching in India. Our kids at home who use the mother tongue, they're not essentially able to write well, right? We train them, the schools and colleges train them to write well. So to answer your question, Nuni, I feel that in controlled composition, you as a non-native speaker of English, but your English is excellent. You are a teacher of English, so you can certainly write and provide that model of writing a paragraph where you have shown your learners how to write a good paragraph. So what happens is in controlled composition, actually the teacher writes a para with few blanks. So let's imagine a situation where I have asked my learners to write something on my idea of friendship. In control composition, I say friendship plays a very dash role in our life. Students are just going to write one word, important or significant. Step 2, in guided composition, we provide clues to our learners. So we just give some points that can help the learners to develop the idea of a paragraph. So we say, for example, now I'm not going to write sentences the way I did it for control composition. I will just say something like the value of friendship. Who is your best friend? Why? what are the strengths of your friends? I'm just going to give some points. And if the learner answers those questions, his paragraph is formulated. And finally comes the stage of free composition, where the learner writes independently. So I believe, Nuni, that you as a language teacher in Thailand, because your English is good, you have been teaching English, we don't really and essentially have to wait for the non-native speakers to ask them to write the paragraph. I think you can certainly do it. While teaching them how to write and what is good paragraph, while showing them the samples and the models, if you feel like, you can certainly give references from one or two native speakers who have written a letter or an email to demonstrate. But I don't think it is mandatory to bring in a native speaker. Okay, Muni, have I answered your question?
Yes, that means we have to create our own paragraph by ourselves, like Ajahn Yuthachak writing 2022, Ajahn Sitisak writing 2022, right? And then let the student follow the model.
Yes. You know, it is like, Nuni, see, if I want to write well, I should first read a lot of, I should see what is good writing. Isn't it? I think this applies in any art or any skill. If I want to learn music, if I want to learn Indian classical music, if I want to learn to sing, I think my teacher is going to make me listen to a lot of music, because that will operate as a pathway for me to sing well. I think it's the same thing that we are doing here. We can't only teach language and say, okay, write an essay tomorrow. In fact, in India, one of the major problems is we don't teach students to write a good paragraph. We directly go on to longer units like essay writing and letter writing. And I think we are committing a mistake there. It's an error. We should start with smaller units and move on to higher units. Okay, Nuni?
Okay, thank you very much. This is very clear.
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you. So you create models, and see, another advantage if you create models is that, for example, if you keep in mind the culture of your learners, you might want to keep in mind which are those domains and areas in which your learner is interested. Ask them first to write on the topics of their interest. For example, let's imagine a situation where I am Sitisak's student and he's going to work on writing, but he asks me to write on something related to football. Now, I don't play football, I don't watch football, I don't like football, I may not write well, right? So I think we have to have interest, we have to give diverse topics to our learners. So that is another advantage, that they are our students, we know them well, so we should create models. Okay. So all the best to you, Nuni, for creating these models. All right, any other question?
Very much.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, now let us have one more question, please, if you have any.
In the meanwhile, I'm just going to type my email ID because many students have asked for it.
Okay, that's a very kind of you, Professor.
Yeah.
Okay, one more question, please.
Professor?
Yeah.
So may I ask you one question? In the morning session,
sure.
You presented about the topic, what is research? So in this topic, we have learned a lot about the important and effective question, why, how, what, where, which, and when. So for the first one, why, for this question, because I have encountered that sometimes when we want to conduct a research, and then for me, I would like to know, sometimes some of the people do research for their interests, but some may go for their current issues or global trends or their challenging problem like that. So I would like to know that as a PhD student, if we consider to make a thesis or to conduct a research, which one will I give our priority? I mean, our need or our want?
Okay, just give me one clarification. I understood the first one that you said, that some people do research out of interest. And what was your second point? Some people do it for what?
Yes, some are doing for the current trend or global issues or trend. For me, my interest and my topic are the same, but I mean for some of the researcher, because some of my friends ask me, for example, they are interested to do a research in speaking, but currently there are students are challenging or encountering with the listening problem. So sometimes they are asking me which one will I give to first, according to our need or according to our want. So may I know about that?
Yeah. I strongly believe as a teacher of English and as a researcher that if we are not passionate or interested in a particular discipline, I feel we cannot give our best. You know, something might be happening in the world. For example, let's imagine, I'll give you a parallel example. If I'm a kind of learner or if I'm a kind of researcher who hardly uses computer, I hardly understand anything about computers. And just because, let's imagine, computer assisted language learning, mobile assisted language learning, call and mall and artificial intelligence, now all this is in vogue, it's in fashion, it's trendy. But I myself, so far, let's imagine I'm a student at the age of 25 or 30, I have hardly used computers. You tell me, will I be in a position to do my best and give my optimum to this topic? Not really. It is in fashion, it's trendy, it is good, a lot of people are working, but my personality is different. And I think it is very important that we remain what we are and do our best in the domain where we will flourish. There is no point in putting the mask and do something just because others do it. Second part that you said about need and want, the way I look at it is that there is always a need in every discipline, every topic, provided that we have identified it correctly. And that's the beauty of research, isn't it? I don't think we can say today that this is a topic now on which nobody needs to carry any research. Every topic in the world, we have been reading Shakespeare 500 years. For the last 500 years, even today, there are people who are working with new facets of Shakespeare. Now, there was a time when we used literature as a resource for language teaching. Time came when people started talking about use of newspaper for language teaching. Then we have people who have worked on use of advertisements for language teaching. Somebody works now on use of WhatsApp messages for language teaching. One of my own students, one of my MPhil students, is working on use of greeting cards for language teaching. I think what is changing is the new approach. So let us all do something in which we are genuinely interested. We can do one thing, that we can bring in a component in our research which is slightly related to the modern needs also, irrespective of the topic. Right? For example, if Mary decides to do something on, let's say, use of short stories to enhance word power. Now, what kind of stories she would use, what kind of words she is going to focus on, this could be something relevant to 2022. Right? I don't think she should select a short story which was published 200 years ago, because language has changed. Some words have become archaic, some words have become outdated. So I think we can very successfully, because we are passionate about a particular area, we will be able to bridge the gap between needs and want. And let us do what we really want first, but at the same time, fulfill the needs of the society.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Okay,
Yes.
so.
Okay, all right, that's the last question by Ajahn Yi Moncho. Now it's a good time to end our webinar. Okay, over to you, Ajahn Mary.
Yes. Yes, today we got a lot of knowledge and a lot of ways, innovative ways how we can make our research, how to choose our research topic, and many fruitful talks from you, Professor. Thank you very much. So it's a good time to give a thankful message. So please may I invite our Dean to give a thankful message to our professor. Yes, please let me invite the Dean, Associate Professor, Dr. Agrabon Yuming Hong, Dean, Faculty of Humanities and Social Science, Buriram, Rajabhat University, to deliver a thankful message and a closing remark for the webinar. Please.
Oh, Mary, you speak, you pronounce my surname very clearly. นื้อไม้หอม. That's good. Very clear pronunciation. Maybe better than some Thai student like Ajahn Somyong. Ajahn Somyong normally when he speak English, he pronounce something strange. My surname เนื้อไม้หอม. It's not good smell. It's a bad smell, I guess. Ajahn Tian, don't pronounce my surname wrong. เนื้อไม้หอม. เนื้อไม้หอม. Ajahn Somyong. Okay, Ajahn Mary. Oh, wow, your pronunciation is very, very good. So if you are coming to stay at BRU campus, I think you become Thai. You become Thai. Okay, before giving a thankful message, I would like to tell 9 of you, please keep in touch with Professor Madhuri because she is kindly gave you all her email address and also telephone number. Don't call her to borrow her money, okay? Just academic assistance and academic support, not money, all right? I think she's very pleased and ready to give you answers relevant to English language teaching or ELT, even if the research methodologies. All right, Professor Madhuri, please be informed that not just only my PhD student attend this webinar, but also the advisees or students of Professor Gambi from Manipur University, India, also assigned to attend this webinar. Yes. I talked to him yesterday and he told me that, yes, he will assign some of his students to attend this. Besides, we also have our Thai students from different institutes like Korat, Rajabhat University and Surin Rajabhat University, etc. So whenever we have the webinar like this, we always inform them, and whenever they were informed, they're very energetic to attend this webinar. I would say that this webinar is one of the best webinar carried out by our well-known professors. So Professor Madhuri, please keep in touch with us and kindly give us academic support. When the situations of COVID-19 is getting better, you will be officially invited to visit our campus, not just only my campus. You will be invited to visit Ajahn Tian's school and stay her big house compound free of charge. All right, you can stay longer and be with us. All right, together with your lovely daughter. Yes, and once again, on behalf of the Buriram Rajabhat University, my faculty, I am as the dean, and also my curriculum, I am as the chair. I would like to express my sincere thanks to you, Professor Madhuri, for your very informative, practical and insightful talk today. And we highly hope to have you with us once again in a hybrid format, like on-site and online. So thank you once again. And I would like to invite all of you, please join me in giving her a big round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, please allow me, yeah,
if you can just give me 2 minutes. This is also the right occasion, Dr. Akarpuran. We met here at the university and it was really nice meeting you after a long time. And let me tell you that truly you have got wonderful students, and I believe that they are all the great assets of the university. So thank you so much for this opportunity. I must say I have immensely enjoyed interacting with them. They had a lot of questions, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of vitality. which proved to be a booster dose for me to, talking since morning. Initially, I thought I never do this in India, where I would normally give 4 sessions one after the other.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so the patience that they have shown and the enthusiasm, I really wish all of you a very, very best of luck in your journey of research. And as I have shared my number, just as you have invited me to Thailand, I don't know whether I have time to come and stay, and how life is now. But each one of you, I would say, you are always most welcome. Do contact me if you happen to visit Pune. It will be a pleasure to meet you, and I wish you all the very best of luck. And of course, I cannot close this session before thanking Dr. Kampi, who has been so nice. He has forgotten Pune and India. I think he's very busy. So I invite him once again on different occasions. I hope Dr. Akarapon, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes, correctly. Like a Mary. Yeah. Your pronunciation is perfect.
Yes, and Dr. Kampi, I really look forward to seeing both of you in Pune and all your wonderful research students. Maybe you can plan a trip to Pune of Buriram Rajabhat University. So that gives us an opportunity to meet all of you. And also while preparing, in fact, this forum has given me a chance to introspect and to put things in the right way for PhD scholars, because ultimately this is an advanced level. We keep talking to undergraduate students and other students, but this was a very good opportunity for me to prepare these PPTs and to work on it for the last 1 month. So
last month. They told me that you prepare a lot of things for my student. We are very appreciate your dedication, madam. Yes.
Thank you so much, and please take care. I hope Corona has faded away. I wish you all a very best of luck for your research, for your exams, for your life, and wish you all a lot of happiness. And Thais always smile. Thais always are very, very positive, I think full of positive energy. So we as Indians have learned a lot from all of you and will keep learning. So thank you very much for everything.
Thank you so much once again, madam. And I would like to wish all of you, please stay healthy and be safe from the COVID-19. See you next time. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye-bye. Sawadee
Sawadee
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Bye. And Mary, if you can just drop me an email so that I can write back